Morning, everybody. So we're going to give it a second for folks to get in here so we can begin today's live. I am Danny Cook, your host, and grateful to be with you all this morning. So, good morning, JJ. Hey, Candy Red. Good to see you this morning. Hey, J Swill, Mel on the Hill. Good to see you as well. Hey, Tawana. Good morning to Facebook and YouTube folks. Make sure that you speak when you come in so I can actually say hello to you individually. What's up, Jay Nice? What's up? It went very fast. Hey, coolest mom ever, Candy Red. Hey, Amy. Hey, Morty. Mimi Wash. Good to see you. Auntie Tiff, Sherry, Cynthia. Candy Kiss. It's going very fast this morning. Sorry. Hey, Lavonda. Hey, Lydia. Good to see you guys. Hey, Brandy. What's up, Rhonda? Hey, hello, Masani. Peacekeeper. Good to see you all as well. Remember Facebook and YouTube. I can't greet you unless you speak. Hey, Elizabeth. Good to see you. Good morning. Good morning, Cam. Good to see you. Hey, Winn-Dixie. What's up? How are my people this morning? What's up, DeBose? I was thinking about you this morning. We are going to touch base this weekend, I promise. Hey, Allie Nicole, One New York Queen, good morning. Hey, Andrea DePriest, good morning. Good to see you over there in YouTube world. How is everyone? So I am glad to see you guys joining in. I know there are a lot of people that are live that are discussing all different kinds of things. I want to be very specific in the things that we talk about today. I want to talk about the court decision yesterday. There was something that I saw in it that I haven't heard people talking about that I do want to bring some attention to. Good morning, Cheryl. Good to see you as well. Let me make sure that I have what I got going on. Hey, just saying, good to see you. Hello, Cheryl, the other Cheryl. Hey, let's see. There's a lot of you guys just kind of popping in. And so, good morning, Nance. Now your husband is hooked. I love that as well. Good morning to Nance and Nance's husband. The one from yesterday, last night. Thank you for the happy Friday. It is happy Friday. So, that doesn't really change much in my world, right? I have a screaming headache today, but I'm hoping that it goes away. Good morning, 2409. Good to see you as well. So, hey, Linda, good to see you. Hoping Alex is around as well. So, if there happen to be a lot of trolls and things this morning, I apologize. You all know that this subject is going to bring in some folks. What's up, Virginia Chase? And, just moderators, hang in there. I appreciate you all. If you guys want to, for subscribers, if you want to put some W's in the chat or the little win for my mods and give them some love. They do a fantastic job for us all the time. And we do have quite a number of folks that come in here to be disruptive. Good morning, Sexy Sam. So thank you, Melinda. I appreciate that. What's up, Mom with Goals? Hello, Elizabeth. What's up, coolest mom ever? I don't know if I said hi to you or not. There's Mom with Joel's and coolest mom ever, and I get y'all mixed up. So good morning, P. Jones. Good to see you over there as well. What's up, Bastrop? So guys, so I know that everybody is aware by this time that, and be careful, don't mute or boot, like antis right off the bat. Give them a chance to kind of get in and level set before we do that. Okay, remember that. Okay, we don't want to hurt the algorithm. Let me say this to everybody. Okay, so I only ask for 4 things when you're in this space. You are free to disagree with me, like absolutely free to disagree with me. And here's what I would like to say is I only ask that you be respectful, not disrespectful, that you do not use slurs in this space. If you use slurs, that's immediate mute or boot from my live. Don't spam my comments, period. And last, don't type in all caps because all caps are for moderators and all caps are for the individuals who are vision impaired, which I do have some of those. So just be respectful. What's up, Past Slice Dad Jokes? Good to see you. Hey, Carla. What I'm also going to do really quickly, if you guys, I want to try something new for my Facebook and YouTuber folks. Good morning, Michelle. It has been a while. I'm glad that you are catching me live as well. So here's what I want to do very quickly. I'm going to put a link in the subscribers Discord, and I'm going to ask one of my subscribers to grab this link. And I'm going to ask one of you to put it in the comments on YouTube and one of you to put it in the comments on Facebook on my live that's over there. And that way, if there are folks that are watching on YouTube and Facebook and you want to join me as a guest, then I'm going to enable it so that you can join me over here as well. I want to open up the panels to all of the platforms so that it's not just my TikTokers that we hear from. All right. So how about that? So very quickly, I'm going to do this. Appreciate you guys for bearing with me while we do a little bit of logistics, but I needed to wait until we were live to talk about this. So, all right. So let's just see. 1 second. All right, here we go. Oh, my head. Gosh, I've got a headache today. What in the absolute world is that about? It's a significant one. All right, so here is the link. It is in the subscribers chat. So that is how folks that are on YouTube and Facebook can join the panel as well. So if somebody can throw it in the chat, no worries, Sinshio, no problem. Yeah, I know, DeBoss. I'm hydrating, and believe it or not, I also got some caffeine. I have not eaten yet. I do have my water on deck. Yeah, it's like right here, like on the back of my head, and it is fierce. I don't know what this is all about. So thank you, Amy. Awesome. Hey, Lynette, good to see you. All right. So thank you, Amy, for putting that in there. So if you are, so what I'm asking, I put a link for my restream in the Discord, and probably a stress headache, 100%. But I wanted it put in the chat on the YouTube and put in the chat on Facebook so that folks that are joining me on that side can also request to be a guest and get up on the panel, right? Amy got me on Facebook, so I only need somebody else to post it over on YouTube. I might be able to do it on YouTube here. Facebook is sometimes funky. So let's just see if you guys can see that one. And I know you guys are going to be like, really? But yeah, I want to open it up. Yeah, Guido, I know that the news cycle, I kind of backed out of the news yesterday because, so listen, I'm not a breaking news kind of girl. And the reason why, no worries. Can somebody tell me on YouTube, can you see the link that I posted for Restream? That will be helpful. Yeah. And so, because here's the thing, the reason why I don't engage in all of that breaking news stuff is because sometimes you can share something, and if you don't have the additional details, it can be not so good for people, right? It can be great. Thank you, Carla. It can be, it can just create angst when there's not enough information and people don't know enough about what is going on, right? So I tend to not do that kind of stuff. Even if I know it's happening, I don't need to be the first to tell people about something, right? I just don't need to be the first. A lot of people do. I saw several people talking about the strike against Iran, with Israel and all of that. Yeah, I'm the calm one because that stuff isn't healthy for all of us. I don't know how many people get this, but you can get too much information. You can become really overwhelmed about this and do things that are horrible. So, Illuminati, let me suggest something for you, my love. I would recommend that you become familiar with a legal statute called libel. It is when you put something in writing about another individual that can damage their reputation, especially if they are, considered to be a public, a public figure, things like that, when you don't know it to be true. So what I would recommend is before you make accusations about what you think I am or am not doing, that you keep that in mind, because I am somebody who will absolutely pursue those avenues just to make an example of someone. Right. And on that note, I'm now going to block you because you're not like a nice human being. Right. So there you go. And done. Okay. So, hey, good morning, cuz. Yay, the link is visible. I love all of that. Okay. So, all right. So let me just start. Yeah. Hey, good morning, John. What's up, Kibbles? All right. So I'm going to start to bring some people up to the panel. Before I do that, I just very quickly want to level set and remember and remind everyone that I only ask you to be respectful. Don't use slurs. Don't spam my comments. And don't type in all caps, because I have folks that are vision impaired, and it's reserved for my moderators. Other than that, I think we're going to be just fine. Good morning, Deb. Good morning, Sarah Cook. So when I bring you up, please put yourself on mute until we can get there, until I can call on you, and let's get started talking about the things of the day. Cheryl, I have not forgotten you. I want to walk through all of that information as well. So put yourself on mute for me, folks, and we're going to be just fine. Hello, Jacob. Good to see you. Good morning, Cortina. Hey, Jen Mad. Good to see you as well. Yeah, we're not going to talk over me. And I'm going to tell you this. So sometimes people will say, well, you're not letting them talk. If the person that is on my panel is spewing nothing but misinformation, I won't platform them. What does that mean? It means that I will, in fact, talk over them or put them on mute if what they are saying is, in my mind's eye, dangerous to the public. Right? We don't need to perpetuate any other lies and misinformation. We need to be telling people facts and things like that. So that's kind of what the focus is for the what that I do. If you want to argue with people about nonsense, then I'm probably not the space for you. There are a ton of other creators out there that do that for you. I'm not that person. Okay. So just so that you know, if I'm not letting you talk, it's because you're full of shit. Um, and I say that with all the love of Jesus. That's what they used to say in the church. How many of you all grew up in a church where whenever somebody is putting you in check and they say, I say this with all the love of Jesus, and then you know that's when they're about to like wear your ass out? How many of you all know that? I grew up in that church. Honey, I say this in love. Whenever they say it in love, they are really about to come for you, right? So, yeah, but anyway, okay. And the grandbabies were up really late last night. So I still have the lights off in here, and I'm hoping that they will stay asleep for a little while longer. So if there's not enough light, just let me know, folks. Okay. I'll try to turn the light up over here. Okay. All right. So let's get started on this note. So Judo Guido. Good morning, good sir. How you doing?
Good morning. Good morning. How you doing? A little
morning,
tired,
Thomas.
but doing good and healthy.
Well, that's always a blessing, right?
Always a blessing. And when I hear someone say, "For the love of Jesus," I just prepare myself.
Yeah, absolutely.
I said something that, just
Yeah.
And it's just you just gotta take it.
Yes, 100%. That's the deal. So what do you make about what do you make of the judge's decision yesterday to return the California National Guard? Well, I want to talk to you about a couple of things, by the way, because I don't think you were on with me yesterday when I talked about a lot of the things at Fort Bragg, and I do want to cover that with you as well. But what are your thoughts about? Yeah, see the you know what it is. What are your thoughts about the court decision that came down yesterday, returning authority of the California National Guard back over to Gavin Newsome?
Well, there was always a question whether or not the president had the full authority to utilize the National Guard or federalize them in the capacity that they were going to be used, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not all rubbed exactly what every single presidential power a president has and authority, but the judge made it very clear and cited not only case law, but the Constitution and the law itself governing the presidential power of and utilizing federalizing forces. And that he did follow the process that is outlined in the law itself.
Mm-hmm.
And it's listening, I read the order, and kind of did research, and yeah, I sit there and say, hey man, maybe you need a checklist, box 1, box 2, like a little presidential checklist to make sure you follow everything to place. So yes, the order, to be honest with you, I thought of him saying immediately turn back over to Governor Newsome was like, wow, give a 24-hour transition, do a left seat, right seat, type of thing.
Yeah.
I would have thought that would have been imprudent, but of course the judge doesn't understand the military part of things, because they're integrated, right? They're part of a process. They're part of a system,
Mm-hmm.
So whether the federal forces are using them or whatever procedure they're being involved in, you got to be able to augment that and offset whatever they're doing because things were handed off to them, right?
Right.
In my opinion, I think it's hey, within 24 hours, hand over back to Governor Newsome. And then, of course, I expected the governor to probably really immediately remove them out within that period. Be like, hey, get out of there, go back home, go to your families, go back to civilian jobs, and we take it from there.
Yeah.
So that was my only heartburn about the order is like, man, you got to give some process a little bit of time to digest something.
Yeah.
Especially when you talk about operational security and protection roles. You just you just can't give them the stage left hook and just yank them out of there. I think that could have been a little better.
Well, I think,
in my opinion.
So here's what I would say is that, they did the same thing when they deployed them. It wasn't done correctly to start with, right? So when you talk about, their safety and making sure that everything is in place and operational issues and all of those things, that should have been considered before they were deployed and sent into California to start with, right? Would you agree with me on that?
Well, yes, to a degree of, National Guard has always been like the state's QRF, right? When it comes to crowd control, crowd policing, that's part of their responsibilities of the National Guard. The Reserve don't get that training, and certainly active duty doesn't get that training, right? Mm-hmm. So that's one of the unique roles that the National Guard actually does have, is that kind of like their community policing capability and the training they receive. So part of their reaction is be able to kind of go into a little community and be able to help offset the police or whatever the resources they need to help offset, while the police does whatever police they do. That's been the history of National Guard. So I would think in the role that they were being used, I don't think the ramp up would be, because that's what they train yearly and what are part of the process.
Well, what I mean is, I'm not talking about their capability to do the job, but what I do mean is about the provisions and the coordination and the coordination with local law enforcement and those types of things. Because just sending them in with no coordination with LAPD, with no provisions being made available to them, all of those things create a not great situation, right? When you bring two different. So that's what I meant, right? Not in terms of their ability to do the job.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, there should have been there should be a planning in place to be able to properly integrate the service, the soldiers. Because remember, once they go Title 10, they're federalized, right? They're like me and you when we were in uniform. There's the same thing that was covered in Title 32. So there is a distinct difference of what they're authorized to do by law.
And so I want to just thank you, Linda Sims. For those of you who do not know, so Judo Guido and I are both veterans. Judo Guido is also Republican. He does not support Donald Trump, or did not in the election, but he is a Republican. So it's one of the reasons why I do like when he joins us, is because he comes from a different place than I come from. I'm not Republican or Democrat. I tend to vote Democrat because the policies that I'm most ardently supportive of are those that are good for people and not corporations. I don't put money or property above human life, and the Democratic laws and bills tend to do that more so than Republican bills do. So that's why I end up voting more on the Democratic side of things. What's up, Pentonton and General H2O? Let me say this. So here's my thought process about, because you mentioned Title 10. What's up, Eternal Customs? And I want to talk about Title 10 because I've talked about it at length. And you said something that I do disagree with, and I'll tell you why. So I looked at Title 10 a bit. That's what I do, right? So I pulled up the law, and I looked at the three circumstances under which Title 10 could be used to federalize the National Guard. Right. And if we look at that, let me see if I still have it pulled up really quickly. Oh, of course I do. Yay me. It's because I'm ADHD and I have 1,000 tabs open on my screen. But give me a second and I'll share it with everybody. Okay. So this is one of the things. Hey, John, good to see you. So let me share this with you all. Yeah, it was a good win. Okay, so let me just show you very quickly, and I'm going to share it with you guys as well so that you can see on TikTok world. That means I got to pull you a little closer to me for just a second, and then I'm going to share my screen with you as well. I don't know how in the world I have y'all turned crooked, but I do. Bless my soul. Okay, so here we go. All right, so let me show you what I'm talking about with Title 10, and this is why I disagree with people who say that there's some confusion or that it's disputed. I don't agree with that. And the reason I don't is because I think that the law is pretty clear. So I think when we look at Title 10 and we talk about that there's only three circumstances, it's when the United States or any of the Commonwealths or possessions is invaded or is in danger of invasion by a foreign nation. We don't have that. Yeah, I'm going to get to that, Michigan, in just a second. And they didn't block it. I need for people to know what happened. So give me a second. So this is by a foreign nation. We don't have that. We don't have Mexico attempting to invade us. We don't have El Salvador. We don't have Canada. We don't have anybody that is seeking to invade us. So this particular thing does not work. When he says there is a danger, there's a rebellion or danger of rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. Again, we don't see that. A rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States would have been something along the lines of what we saw on January 6th, right? That was not a protest, is not a rebellion. And a riot is not even a rebellion, right? Those are just two different things. It doesn't meet the legal definition of rebellion. And then third, when the president is unable with regular forces to execute the laws of the United States, we see very much that he's able to execute orders, execute the laws, because he has been, correct? And I think there are many people who would argue that what he's doing right now does not follow immigration law. So none of those three things apply. But he was arguing that this was a rebellion that was preventing ICE from being able to do its job. That's what they were arguing in court. The problem is that it goes on to say that even if one of these things is true, the orders for these purposes shall be issued through the governors of the states. And I heard Caroline Leavitt say, oh, he did talk to Gavin, to Gavin Newsome. He did give him a warning. He did say this has to be done. That is not coming to an agreement and having the governor issue the order. He can talk to Gavin Newsome all he wants. He can issue an order, but that is not meeting the legal requirement of having the orders issued through the governor of the state. So that's why, for me, I don't agree that that there was a question about Title 10. I think Title 10 is pretty clear that he did not do it in accordance with the law. And so that is why I think the judge, did the order that they did yesterday. Now, for those of y'all who are saying the Court of Appeals doesn't agree, that's not accurate. The Court of Appeals, which we know this is how the legal system works, folks. Anybody should know that there was going to be an appeal. We should know that the appeal is going to be, go to the Ninth Circuit, and the hearing has been scheduled for Tuesday, period. That's all that's happened. And this is a common practice where an order is given, there's an appeal to the appellate court. The appellate court stays the initial decision that was made yesterday until the hearing is had there. That's it, right? So I don't think that when people say the appellate court doesn't agree, bullshit. They haven't had a hearing at the appellate court. So I think it's important for people to just slow your roll and actually understand how the legal process works. So that's my interpretation of Title 10. It's what my interpretation has been from the very beginning. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. I don't think there was no dispute on the author. Again, okay, I see why you say you will push back and disagree with my perspective, because, by me not saying that I didn't know the nuances of what the president has power for is explicitly written in Title 10, what the authority is. Okay. See, this is why I like coming to Danny's room, right? Let me be honest. Yes, we're both veterans. We both served in the Army. And we both certainly chewed the same dirt. And she brings a lot of information. I learned a lot, and I agree with her. And I think the judge agreed also that was the problem, was that the process and the authority that the president was using is not governed under Title 10, and therefore it was an illegal move to be able to bring up the National Guard under Title 10.
Yep.
And yes, she's right. The appellate court didn't disagree with anything. They want more information, so they're just pausing in the decision until they are able to hear both sides of the argument of why it should be overturned or should be stayed. That's it. It's a few more days. I was surprised there was an appellate judge that was conscious at like 11:30 at night or something, wherever that came from. It was like, yeah, let me go ahead and do this. That blew my mind.
That doesn't blow my mind. Do you want to know why that doesn't blow my mind, Judo? And for those of you guys, when I bring you up to the panel, just put yourself on mute until I can get to you. For those of you guys that are on Facebook and are on blah, 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 blah. What am I saying? That are on Facebook and YouTube. I did put the link for you to be able to join as well. So so you are able to do that. There is a link in the chat for both of you guys. If you all want to join the panel on YouTube or Facebook, you have the ability to do that so that we can hear from more than just folks that are on TikTok. Somebody just said something that I wanted to see. You guys could teach a lesson on how to have constructive and respectful conversations. Yeah, Nakia, this is what we do in this space. I don't like the arguing and the battling and all of those things that aren't productive. It doesn't help anybody reach understanding, right? And so my thing is I think that when we have understanding, even when we don't have agreement, we're in a better position, because when we have understanding of each other, we have a place that we can build upon, right? Period. Now, that doesn't mean that I won't meet your energy if you come in here acting like an ass. I will, right? Judo has seen me do it. The boss has seen me do it. I will match your energy if necessary, but I would prefer not to. I would prefer to be just like this so that we can have really respectful conversations. So when I bring you up to the panel, put yourself on mute until I get to you. So this is my thing. So I think that people have to understand this mentality of, oh, Trump won, Newsome won. That mentality isn't helpful for us, because what we need to be concerned about is the country winning? Is the Constitution winning? Are the people winning? Right? And so that's what I mean. So that's why I have on here California won, not Gavin Newsom won, because it's the state of California that brought this case forward. It's the state of California that won. And it's going to be back. And I want to tell y'all something. I've been saying this for the last week, and I'm going to continue to say this. The state of California prepared for a Trump administration starting November 7th. If you all remember that on November 7th, Gavin Newsom called a special session where the governor brought in all of the members of the state legislature and the AG, and they said, listen, we are going to prepare for a Trump administration. The first term, we weren't sure what we were going to be up against. We did not know that we were going to have a president that threatened to withhold aid during fires if we did not comply. We didn't know we were going to have that type of president or administration. Now that we know what to expect, then we are 100% going to be prepared, and we're not going to be caught flat-footed. And that's what Gavin Newsom did last fall, and they are prepared for this Trump administration. So it's easy to understand that. So let's be clear. Brian, I've already covered the appellate court. So it's really important when you join a live to not stick your foot entirely down your throat and tickle your stomach before you actually know what's been covered. So here's the appellate court. Okay. So they didn't block an order. What they did was they paused the order, right? The implementation, which is common. And then there's going to be a hearing on Tuesday where I expect for the order to be upheld. And I think most legal people do expect for the order to be upheld. So, hey, Kathy, good to see you. No worries. Good to see you. All right. I'm going to let, I'm just saying, like I said, I will meet you with your energy if you come in here being crazy. All right. Judo, hang out for a minute. DeBoss, you want to talk about yesterday as well?
Well, you know what? I was just gonna let everybody else go first. I just want to.
Okay, no worries. Cool.
You can go to Fort Dog.
Okay, all right. 4 Dog, 3 Cat Dad. Good morning. How are you? Good morning, Mr. Bardigos. Hey, Candy. Good morning, 4 Dog, 3 Cat Dad. I'm going to send you an invitation to unmute. See if that helps. Hello. 4 Dog, did you mean to request up? Can you get unmuted? If you can't get unmuted, I'm going to drop you down, just request up, and then I'll let you go as soon as you come back up, and I won't mute you. That way you'll be able to talk if that's what you meant to do. Yeah, the name is 4 Dog, 3 Cat Dad. So that's why I said 4 Dog. Did I cut my hair again? I don't know, the other day, but I still need to finish it, but yeah. What's up, Lakeisha? Good morning. How are you? What you got for me? For those of you guys that are on Facebook and that are on YouTube, if you don't know how TikTok works, they tap the screen to like it while I'm live. And sometimes when they tap the screen, they accidentally type the request box and they end up on the panel when they don't mean to. And that happens sometimes. So yeah. Okay. All right. So I want to continue, but I want to point something out in this order from the judge yesterday that I want to see. Let me ask you this. Did anybody else notice any verbiage in the decision yesterday that is tied to the big, ugly ass bill that is currently being discussed in Congress. Did anybody besides me catch any language in that bill? Because I did. Yes.
Which order? The one from the lower court or the appellate court stay any order? The lower court? No,
Yeah. There you go, Sarah. Everybody got it. Okay, so check it out. It's the one from that was returning it back to Gavin Newsome. So when you get down to the very bottom of this decision, which I love, it says, conclusion. For the foregoing reasons, the court shall grant the motion for preliminary injunction as sought as to, and it lists all the things, executive order as to civil or criminal enforcement actions. And then it says, this part's the part that's important. It says, none of the states shall be required to post an injunction bond or any other security as a condition of obtaining the injunction described in this memorandum or the accompanying order. Nothing in this memorandum or the accompanying order shall prevent the executive branch from taking any lawful action that is not based upon those executive orders as described herein and in the accompanying order. An order of preliminary injunction shall be entered today in accordance with this memorandum. So order. Now, the reason why this is important is there is a piece of this big, ugly bill that actually has in it that they want to, it's section 70302. And that section says that before a federal court can use its contempt power to enforce an injunction, that whoever the parties are suing the administration would have to put up a bond. So that puts a barrier, right, in between whoever is suing the administration and the federal courts from holding the Trump administration accountable. And so what this court is doing is saying, let me just go ahead and tell you right off top, there's no bond necessary for me to enforce this order. And I thought that was brilliant. So what does that tell me? That tells me that this judge, that this federal district, and most likely the federal districts across the country are aware of this provision that is in the bill that would limit the power of the courts, right? And I think that's really, really interesting. Oh, Danny, you're back. I swear. Do you have a girl crush? Do you have a girl crush, Danny Ryan? You come here every day, love. Every day. She came in, y'all, saying, must be exhausting being the only person in the world who knows everything. It must be exhausting to have such a girl crush. You can't find nothing else to do but come up in here every day to see me. By the way, my door only swings one way. So, I'm humbled and honored that, you find me so interesting and you love to come see me, but my door only swings one way. It's not going to go anywhere. I hope you take this rejection with, the kindness that it's meant to come with, but you're not my type. Now, if you would like to discuss it for real, Danny Ryan, as always, I will give you the same invitation to join my panel. That's what I will do. If you would like to come on up here and talk about it, then we can do that. Okay. Good morning, Rebecca Littlebird. Good to see you as well. Right, Cam, same as yesterday and the day before. See, this is what happens when you act crazy. It's just wild to me the way that people come in here. I don't know everything, but here's what I do know how to do. I know how to read, and I know how to read not just for the things that support my position, but to read to gain information, to read to gain understanding so that I know what's happening. Like, that's really it. It's just that simple. You know what I mean? I don't know everything, but I do know that if I don't know it, I should go find the answers from credible, reputable, factual places. No, sweetheart, it wasn't. Balder Dad, let me invite you to come on up. So I sent you a direct invitation, Balder Dad, for you to join the panel so I can correct your misunderstanding. Okay. So, oh, thanks. Sorry. I appreciate that. So, no, the appellate court didn't overturn anything. And the reason we know that it didn't overturn anything is because there hasn't been a hearing for the appellate court until Tuesday. Oh, thanks, Emma people. Good to see you guys. Welcome, Emma people. So here's the thing. The appellate court will have the hearing. Oh, I'm the Rachel Maddow of TikTok. I don't know that, but thank you very much. The appellate court will have its hearing on Tuesday, right? And until then, all they did was pause the existing injunction, which is what they normally do, until the appellate court has its hearing. That's it. Period. So that's not overturning a decision. That is called pausing an injunction, right? Until you have a hearing. That is it. Okay. So, hope that helps. Okay.
Hey, Danny, I did have something.
What's up, DeBoss?
That I think that goes with the appeals, the judgment or the stay. Did you? I know you did, but I'm asking for you and the 400 people in here. Did you listen to Trump's response about deportations and how it's hurting the farmers and it's hurting the nation?
Yes.
So I wanted to ask you though too. I mean, because I think those two things go hand in hand, and I think everybody, if they did not hear it, I think they really need to hear what is being said because it contradicts exactly what they're doing. As a matter of fact, I think it hurts their court arguments on Tuesday. But that's what I think. But I wanted to know what you and Judo think about that, because how do you go to court and argue this position when you're standing in front of a lector saying this is harmful?
Okay, so what he's referring to, and I'm going to share it with you guys, and so that you can see it. Oh, thanks, Mike Glover. I appreciate that. Thank you, Beach Bum Wannabe. All right, so let me show you what DeBoss is referring to. So yesterday on Truth Social, which is where all presidents, provide their information. Sorry, guys. It just tickles me that we live in a world now where X and Truth Social is where our government posts information like what in the absolute hell. But okay. All right. So here we go. Right. Oh, well, first I have this. Okay. So, because, I don't like to listen to him unless I have to. But let me tell you what he said. Okay. So here's what he said. So he said, our great farmers and people in the hotel and leisure businesses have been stating that our very aggressive policy on immigration is taking very good long-term workers away from them, with those jobs being almost impossible to replace. In many cases, the criminals allowed into our country by the very stupid Biden open borders policy, which never existed, are applying for those jobs. This is not good. We must protect our farmers, but get the criminals out of the USA. Changes are coming. This is what he said. That's what he said. Now, here's the thing that I think is hilarious about this conversation. So let me ask you something. If you're a criminal, do you go apply for a damn job? Because criminals know that in order to apply for a job, you have to provide your information, and there's a greater chance of you being discovered if you apply for a job. Correct? I know, pointing out the obvious, right? But this idea that all of a sudden the criminals are going to take the jobs of the good people that you are deporting. So what does that tell me? It tells me that you're probably not very competent at your job, because why were you deporting good people in the first place? Did you not know where the criminals were? I'm just asking, right? Because here's what we told people in advance. We said, listen, you're going to go after immigrants that are in this country that are doing jobs that regular Americans don't want to do and won't do, right? You're going to go and you're going to target industries, and farmers are going to be hurt. Service industries like hotels and leisure businesses are going to be hurt, right? That's going to be the process. And now we are here. This is what we're here. We're finding people aren't coming to work. People, going up to people's jobs, going up to restaurants, all of those things. That's what's happening. Right. So now you got to remember, these are his constituents often, right? The farmers, the folks that are in rural places, those are their constituents, his constituents. And so he's now understanding that people are not a fan of this. Coco's mom, let me go ahead and send you an invitation to come to the panel, and let's discuss what it is to be, you're not real. Never mind. Can one of my mods just handle Coco's mom for me? I would appreciate that. And we're going to talk about these things. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up the two more people that have requested. Do me a favor, put yourself on mute until I can get to you, please. And then we'll go for there. So thank you, Brandy. Yeah, we've already talked about that. Say, Finn, we've talked about section 70302. Matter of fact, just a second ago. Sorry, y'all. I just showed y'all the screen, didn't I?
Grandchildren keep finding at these protests. Interesting number.
I had to put her on mute. Sorry, guys. All right, so let me pull this back up for you. So for those of you all who don't know what she's talking about, yeah, and so say, Finn, one of the reasons we talked about it is because of the language in the order yesterday. So the language in the order yesterday shows us really clearly that the judges are aware of the bill. So look, what it says is in the conclusion, when they says the court shall grant the motion for preliminary injunction, it then goes on to say none of the states shall be required to post an injunction bond or any other security as a condition of obtaining the injunction described in this memorandum or the accompanying order. So what does that tell you? That tells you for sure that this federal judge, and most likely all federal judges, are perfectly aware that this big ugly ass bill is attempting to limit the power of the judiciary, which, by the way, folks, is not anything that anyone should want. So I don't know. So I've seen this a couple of times, and I wanted to see if you guys have seen this. I have heard people saying that that what do you not understand about executive? And I want to know, what do you not understand about separate but equal? So when people say, what do you not understand about does your YouTube have a transcript? Can the mods send repeat questions there? Milio, let me see if because I'm doing it through Restream, right, which is a third party, and I am not sure. Let me just look real quick. I have that. It doesn't show me. Let me just look real quick for captions over there. I will look because I don't see anything over here like right now that I can just quickly see in the settings on Restream. If there are not captions over there, let me know, and I'll see how I can fix it before I go live again. Okay, I will try my best to do that for you. So let me say this. So what was I talking about? I was talking about the federal judge and section 70302. Okay, so people have oftentimes been saying, who do these judges think they are to tell the president what to do? And when I hear people say that, there is a clear fact that you don't have an understanding of how government works. Because what we have is we have three separate but equal branches of government. That means the president doesn't have any more authority or power than Congress, than the judicial system, right? So there's a reason why we have the judiciary. There's a reason why we have the legislator, and that's a reason why we have the executive branch, so that we have checks and balances. So there are ways in which Congress can limit the president of the United States when they are doing their job. Which, by the way, this particular Congress is not doing their job. They are not using their congressional powers and their congressional authority to ensure that the president of the United States does not do things he's not allocated to do. He's not supposed to do, right? So, Boo, what I would encourage you to do is to click the link that is in the chat. Matter of fact, I'll post it again just for you, Boo. So this is an invitation for you to join my panel right up here on YouTube. So there is the link. You can click that link. You can come up here and we can discuss what it means to be an illegal alien. We can discuss about judges following the law. We can discuss all of those things, right? So that is my direct invitation to you to join the panel. And I'm willing to do this with everyone. Folks, you do not have to agree with me to join me on the panel at all. Does it, Cam? Okay. And that might be because it's a third party thing. So I'll double check it within Restream and see if there's something different that I need to do. Let me look really quickly. See, when I do captions, it just, like when I see captions, it doesn't allow me. See, it's asking for me to add captions, not for the captions to apply. Guys, I will work on the captions for you so that, because I don't want anyone to miss the conversation because we don't have captions. Okay. So yeah. So, but Boo, you are welcome to come on in here. Okay. So again, there's a reason why we have these three separate branches of government. Okay. Because we need Congress. We need, yeah, thanks, Amy. Appreciate it. We need to have Congress and the legislature. We need to have the executive, of course, John, and we need to have the judicial branch. Because here's the thing, what the forefathers understood, as flawed as they were, right? Because I think if we're all being, I don't want to say honest, but if we're all being reasonable and factual in our understanding of history, we know that the founding fathers were in fact flawed in their belief systems. We know that they basically represented white men who owned property, who were rich, right? That was who they predominantly wrote our laws for, right? And so even in that, they did get some things right. And what they knew 100% is that monarchies aren't good. Having dictators, kings is not good. It leads to all types of different things, including persecution and things like that, which is why they left England, right? Which is why we left, the English, period, right? And so, they did get that right. And there is that understanding. So, I don't care if you're a bouncer, right? So let me just be clear about this. When you say criminally entering our country is illegal, what you're referring to is 8 USC 1125. That is the law that governs a person who enters the country improperly or illegally. And it's actually something that only results in a civil penalty where you can pay $50 to $250. Now, if you do it more than once, you can pay double that, but it's a civil penalty. So I just need for people to understand that this is not something that where there's a criminal whatever, right? So that's just it. So no, Boo, you're actually wrong. I mean, you're very opinionated, but wrong. And what I find you to be is very opinionated in the comments. I see that your bravery only extends as far as your fingers can reach the keyboard. I see that you're not very courageous when it comes to clicking a link and joining the panel, right? That's what I see. Yeah. So if you would like for me to go ahead, Judo.
I want to make this clear to all your social media followers. The second that Danny has to give a social studies lesson, I think we need to mandate anybody that comes in the chat or in the box provide your high school transcript so that way we can understand your level of education. Because everything she just spoke up through the last part about your little beaters touching the keyboard was lessons you should have learned in 10th or 11th grade.
Yes.
Let's have a little bit of dignity and respect about your education. Don't come in here so positively showing you're uneducated. Let's put it that way.
Just loud and wrong.
Come on, guys. Let's be a little better.
And here's what I'm going to do, just so that everybody understands. When Boo is saying it's a national security issue, calling it a civil issue is misusing words. No, let me just show you. It's actually quoting the words correctly. So here we go again. This is why I share my screen often. And I'm going to do it over here as well for folks, right? So, because even my grandson who's in middle school understands this information, but we're going to do it for you guys. So if you look, this is 8 USC 1325, which is the law that I just quoted, right? And it says, improper entry by an alien, right? And this is on Fine Law for those of you who want to find it, but it says it's when you enter or attempt to enter the U.S. at any time or place other than as designated by immigration officers, or eludes examination or inspection by immigration officers, or attempts to enter or obtains entry into the U.S. by a willfully false or misleading representation, or the willful concealment of a material fact, shall, for the first commission of any such offense, be fined under Title 18 or imprisoned not more than 6 months, or both. For a subsequent commission or any such offense shall be fined Title 18 or imprisoned not more than 2 years, or both. Now, look at this. Improper time or place civil penalties, right? Right here. At least $50, not more than $250. Do you see that? But I think that people need to understand this is the same thing. This is the equivalent of like getting a reckless speeding ticket. And you have to do a subsequent commission to be held for up to 2 years. So generally speaking, what happens when you are encountered at the border, which by the way, the numbers that you see on the Customs and Border Patrol website, it says encounters. Encounters is not admissions, right? So just because they encounter you at the border does not mean they let you into the country. You are absolutely inspected, right, and examined by immigration officers when you are encountered, right? That's a different one. So Mel Gray, that's 8 USC 1611. That's 8 USC 1611. Okay. And so this is what people really need to understand about this law, right? And then there is now, so this is specifically 1325. There is 1326, right? Which is when there's more offenses, right? But generally speaking, this is kind of what happens when we're talking about this law. So when I talk about civil penalties, I'm not misusing words. I'm reading the law, right? Hey, Jeff Kennedy. So this is what I'm reading. And so I just wish that people really actually understood how this works. So for example, let me ask you guys, and my folks, my regular followers, you don't get to cheat because I know that you know this. If you have been with me for any length of time, we've talked a lot about immigration, and we have a very extensive, shut up, Kim, you're not new here. We have a very extensive link tree and document on immigration. And so I know that you guys already know, but for the rest of you guys, when you talk about you have to come here legally, you have to do it, quote unquote, the right way, right? I would ask you, do you know what the right ways are? So for example, Boo in YouTube with, all the loudness, right? And I would also ask you, Boo, can you tell me what your qualifications are to know anything about national security? Could you do that? Because you said that this is a national security issue. And so what I would like to know is, what are your requirements? What are your qualifications in the realm of national security? What do you know about it? Are you a veteran? Have you held a security clearance? If you have, what level of security clearance did you ever hold? Have you worked in environments? No, being a bouncer doesn't mean you know shit, except how to stand outside and tell people whether or not they can come into a club or a bar. That's all you got. That's all you got. That's it, folks. That's it. And generally speaking, you're going to let all the pretty girls in and not card them and not ask them shit, and then turn away people you don't like. Like, come on, bro. Really? And no, being a bouncer is not the same thing as being selective about admitting people into one's boundaries. No, sir. Those qualifications are not the same. Sweet baby Jesus. The stuff and then you want to talk about misusing words. Bro, you literally just said being a bouncer makes you qualified in national security. No, not at all. So I will, however, give you a little information about myself and Judo Guido here. Both of us served in the military. I wasn't being derogatory at all. I was describing the job that you do, right? That's not derogatory, right? I'm just saying yes, he's a bouncer, and he said that lets him know. So I'm just going to read his comment entirely for those of you all who are missing it. Being a bouncer means I know, being a bouncer means I know intimately the dangers of being inselective. I think he means unselective, about admitting people within one's boundaries. Right? You're welcome, Sue. So that's his thing, right? And so my thing is that's not true. Being dismissive, you're correct. I am being dismissive because you're not providing any factual basis for your comments. I am being dismissive because you're not qualified to talk about national security, right? So I am being dismissive because you won't even join the panel, right? I am being dismissive. You're correct. I am 100% being dismissive because you are 100% displaying a level of aggressive ignorance that's just not valuable for anybody. So but like I said, Judo and I both served in the military. My security clearance was TSSCI, which is like a level above top secret. I worked in a SCIF, which is a sensitive compartmental information facility, which is where all of those documents that Donald Trump took down to Mar-a-Lago are supposed to be stored. So I understand a little bit about national security. I've been briefed. I've been read on and read off when I go from one duty station to another, one facility to another. So I do understand those types of things 100%. So when you have those qualifications or anything greater than that, you can come talk to me about it. Until then, I don't know. Like if you're a bouncer, take a nap and then go to work tonight. I don't know what to tell you. Get a grip, Grammy. Good morning. It's still morning here. What you got? What you got for me this morning?
Hey, Danny.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to come back to the immigration. The people who employ illegal immigrants, why are they not charged? Because that's illegal.
Well, I will tell you, it depends on who you are. So, for example, in Greene County, Tennessee, they just did charge some individuals yesterday or the day before who employ undocumented immigrants. But when they found undocumented immigrants working at Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump was not charged. It just depends on who you are and how much money you have as to who gets charged and who does not, in my opinion, just
That's
based on what I've
exactly
seen. Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on your skin color.
Yeah, 100%.
That's all it is. So that's all I had to say, because, that really bothers me.
Yeah. I mean, it should bother everyone, right? It should bother everyone. 100%. Agreed.
So.
Yeah, but I appreciate that.
You.
Okay, I got
Thank
you.
you for all you do.
Yeah, no worries. Appreciate you. Thank you. I got, let me see. Is it Babai? I don't know how to say your name, but good morning and what you got for me. So hold on for a second. Boo, the link, you can see it. It says Restream link because Restream is the software that allows me to, with one stream, go to Facebook and YouTube. So that's the link that you can click. And no, I'm not hostile. It's so interesting that he used the word hostile. Can you share with me what is hostile about my language with you? Because again, having been in the military, I understand hostility. I don't think that this is it. I do agree with your dismissive comment. Yeah, I am being dismissive, but it's also because I've given you an invitation now for about 10 minutes that you haven't accepted, but you continue to spout misinformation in my comments. Right. So I do get a little irritated by that. Yeah, John, I don't think I'm hostile. So, all right. Okay. So let's keep it going. K-Dub, good morning. How are you? What you got for me?
Is that for me?
Yep.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know I was first on. Hey, good morning, Danny. Thanks for having me on. I just had a couple questions for you.
Sure.
Your background is obviously the court decision, with Trump in California. And I was just curious because I saw last night Obviously, the court ruled that Trump acted unconstitutionally, but then literally hours later, it was put on pause by another court. And I'm just curious, from like a legal standpoint, how does that happen and move so quickly with one court filing, that it's unconstitutional, but then immediately it can be put on pause? Seems like it's counterproductive for something like that to occur, if that's the case. So I'm just looking for your thoughts.
Yeah, well, that second court was the appellate court. So that's the normal, that's the normal way. And so if this appellate court decides in a way that either party is not behind and they disagree with, then they can appeal and it will go to the Supreme Court, right? So that's just the common practice of the court system. And what I would imagine is, just like in many of the other court cases that the Trump administration has been challenged on, right? I think it's over 177 that they've been ruled against so far this year. When you see that, they are prepared and ready to immediately just go file papers in the other district court and file an appeal. And then if they can get a judge that is awake and available at whatever hour of the evening to do their bidding, then that's what happens. And so that's all they did, was they put a stay on that injunction. They assigned it. They scheduled a hearing for Tuesday, and now we're going to go to the appellate court. To me, if I'm being very, very frank, my real opinion is that it's a waste of taxpayer dollars, as are much of these court cases. And we could be spending that money taking care of the American people, and we're not. So that's my thoughts.
Great. So here, thanks.
All right. Appreciate you, K-Dub. All right, folks. So let me see. Okay, Doug. I'm just looking at some of these comments over here on Facebook and YouTube. Okay, so thanks, Sue. I appreciate it. All right, I've got another couple of folks that look like they've requested. I'm going to add you to the panel. Do me a favor, put yourself on mute until I get to you. Again, Facebook and YouTube, there's a link in the comments. So if you want to join the panel, you are more than welcome to do so. Okay. All right. So just for clarity, no, we haven't talked about Senator Padilla yet. Appreciate you, Cam. Thank you very much. We haven't talked about Senator Padilla yet. We will. But here's the thing. So when thinking about what happened with Senator Padilla, I have my thoughts around it. And yeah, we'll talk about it when we get to it. But anyway, no, Farrell. Well, let me just see if you're a real person. Yeah, no, you're not. But let me just go ahead and correct you before I'm go ahead and mute you. So folks, listen, the appellate court did not overturn anything. I need for everyone to understand how this works. The appellate court has not even had a hearing. That hearing will occur on Tuesday. All the appellate court did was say, hey, we're going to schedule a hearing so I can hear this case in this court. Until we do this hearing, I'm going to pause what the other courts did, right? That's it, which is standard practice, because it would make no sense to turn it over to Gavin Newsome, have those, National Guard removed, and then have it go before the appellate court. And all of a sudden you got to bring them back. Like, it's just a lot of logistics. So all they did was say, hey, we're going to pause this. Don't move anybody just yet. I'm going to schedule a hearing for Tuesday. And then we're going to go from there. Yeah, Savannah, over here in TikTok world, you get troll accounts and fake accounts and bot accounts a lot. So that's why I'm like, let me just see if you're a real person. So I don't know what you mean. No, why is there another boo? I don't know what that is about. So okay. Okay, I am not going to say your name. I want to say Moishe, but I don't want to butcher your name. So if it's not Moishe, know that I am trying to get it correct and let me know.
That's fine. It's Moiche.
Moiche, got it. What you got for me?
Hey, so my name is David. That's my last name, Moiche. And I would like to talk about immigration. You can feel my accent. I'm not, I'm an American born. So I don't know if the American people know how much or what are the requirements to have a visa to come to the United States. I don't know if they know.
They don't. Most don't. Most don't know.
They don't.
Right.
Because I have to tell you guys that one of the requirements is that you need to have at least $10,000. At least.
Mm-hmm.
So, and another thing that always amazed me is the fact that I always think in this way. there's a way that the American government can stop people from coming from the border. I know that the American government can hold those countries accountable for not letting people come in the south border. How they can do that? They can because the United States government has like how can I put it? All those South and Central American countries, the United States government gives them something like the money that they give them, like the way they give to Israel, right? They got some type of bonus or whatever it is. So if the United States government wants to stop people from coming from the side of border, I think they have to stop by saying those countries that if we see your national coming from the south border, we're gonna stop giving you grants or whatever they give to me because they're their government. I think the reason why they're not doing it is because they know how the profit from people coming from the south border come here in the way that they come and they work and they contribute. And nobody want to talk about the fact that people pay taxes and they never get nothing in return. I don't know why they don't want to talk about that.
Yes.
Because they cannot.
Correct. So that's exactly what. So that was part of the work that Kamala Harris was doing as vice president with immigration, with those countries, with Guatemala, with El Salvador, with Mexico. That's exactly what was being done there. But what people don't want to understand about this is exactly the second part of what you're saying. We understand, and people that are well informed, which by the way, let me just tell you, anybody that's sitting in Congress, I don't care whether they're Republican or Democrat, they absolutely understand the contribution that immigrants make to this country. They understand that they pay billions of dollars in taxes every single year, local, state, and federal taxes. They understand that without immigrants, our economy would fail. By 2042, the primary source of our population growth will be from immigrants in this country. Like that's just a fact. And the people that are sitting in Congress, the people that are doing these things, they know this. This is nothing that people do not know, right? So you're correct. If we wanted to do something about immigration, we could, but we're not. That is why Congress has not done meaningful reformative immigration laws in 50 plus years. That's why, because they use immigration as a political topic for campaigns. That's what they do. So yeah, but go ahead. You got something else, Moeche?
Yes. So it's very difficult for me to understand that the United States government cannot say to all those South American and Central American countries, I don't want your people to come here illegally. If I see one guy from your country, you're gonna face consequences. Do you think the United States government can, invade Iraq and Afghanistan and they cannot do it to Guatemala?
Yeah. So the American government can do any of those things. I think what's important to understand is that I think most of the people in this country do not even know what coming to the country legally entails. And entertain me, the decision was not overturned. It would be great for you to understand the legal process. Okay. It would be great if you understood when a court makes a decision and then an appellate court agrees to have a hearing on that decision. This initial decision is paused until this hearing takes place. This hearing will take place on Tuesday, and it will determine whether or not they uphold or overturn this immediate decision. So I would recommend to you to not listen to Fox News or read Donald Trump's Truth Social posts because nothing was overturned. Sorry, Moeche, go ahead.
Yes, so it's ridiculous. So one thing I want to point out, and I know people don't know, that all those people that are coming from the south border, they pay the coyotes. Do you know how much they pay the coyotes? They pay the coyotes a lot of money. So I know these people cannot come to the right way
which is going to the embassy because their visa going to be denied. So why they choose to pay the coyotes? Do you think somebody wants to pay a coyote to go through all those privacy and come to the United States? They pay them $8,000. Some people they pay them $15,000. Why they don't go to the embassy in their countries and you look for the visa right there? The denial rate is high. So the people, so something that the United States of America has to start thinking about it. Why they the denial rate in the embassy is very high, although that people can prove that they have that money.
Yeah, so that's the other thing is what Moyete is talking about is what people will pay for someone to help them get across the border and into the United States. And here's what people don't understand is we do not have enough legal pathways for people to enter the country. So when Moyete is talking about the visas and the denial of visas or the different types of visas and the different types of legal statuses for people to come here, that's what he's referring to. Is that there are people where, I mean, we don't even have enough visas in the lottery system, right? Where we have lottery visas. We don't have enough legal pathways. That's one of the reasons why immigration is in the state that it is in. The other problem with immigration very clearly is the fact that we don't have enough immigration judges. Immigration judges are in demand. Now, I have theories. And by the way, I'm no immigration expert, right? I just have done a lot of reading and thinking about solutions to this. So, right. So like one of the things I think we could do that would help streamline our immigration process and clear out the backlog is I don't understand why we're not offering like lawyers and folks that are graduating from law school. Why aren't we offering to pay off their student loans, right? Or wipe out their student debt if they are willing to handle immigration cases? Why aren't we doing the same thing? You understand? So there are things that we could be doing to clear out the backlog if we really wanted a solution. But I believe that immigrants, and unfortunately what that means is there are human beings that are being used for political talking points and their lives being held in the balance, right? For politicians, not because we're actually interested in what's in the best interest of the immigrant or the country, right? But just because they want to win an election. And that's not very American of people, I think.
I agree with you there. I don't agree with you a lot, but I think that is a really fair and valid point. I believe that immigration needs to be handled by the state because the federal government just doesn't have anywhere to put these people. Like you shouldn't be in charge of it if you can't actually do the work. You don't have the home to put them in. You don't have the work to give them. Where the state has those departments, they should be in charge of it. And at a minimum, it shouldn't be up to the executive branch of the government. Your immigration court is in the Department of Justice, which is just nonsense.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So like what you're saying to me, there is absolutely no way in hell that one state could handle all of the immigration cases that need to be heard on an annual basis. It's just not. That's not a way to do it. And the United States, I don't know what you mean when you say the federal government doesn't have anywhere to put them. I don't think that that's accurate either. I think that.
So you live in a state, correct?
Yeah, I live in a state.
You work in a state?
Of course.
Okay, so the federal government doesn't have housing for these immigrants. So why are they the ones that are being charged with doing this when they don't have the space to put them in? They don't have the capacity to give people a living. The state does. Okay. You should be able to apply to Minnesota or Texas or to a state and then have that state do it. That way you can, one, delegate the work out without us giving more power to the federal government. And then you can get your immigration problem solved, right? If Minnesota or California needs workers or they need certain things done, they should be able to do that.
So do you understand that immigration is a federal law? Immigration is not a state law. That's number one.
That's the problem.
Hold on one second, Reggie. Hold on 1 second. So not only is immigration a federal law, right? Which is one thing, but do you understand that the federal government pays states to handle the immigrants in their state? Texas gets a ton of federal money to do exactly what you're describing.
But giving them money doesn't give them the authority or the capacity to hear the cases from immigration. So
yes,
right
they
now,
do.
Your immigration court is in the Department of Justice.
This
is a fact. This is a fact. You can't say no. It's a fact.
Reggie, do you know that we don't have one immigration court? You do understand that we don't have one immigration court.
It is a fact that the courts that handle immigration are under the executive branch of the government, under the Department of Justice. That's a fact.
Okay, so let me be clear. Courts are never part of the executive branch. Courts are part of the judicial branch of government. We have three branches of government. We have the judicial branch, the legislative branch, and the executive branch. Courts are under the judicial branch, not the executive branch. The Department of Justice, let me finish, don't interrupt, please. The Department of Justice is not, quote unquote, under the executive branch. The nominee for the, for example, Pam Bondi, the nominee for the person who heads it, absolutely, that's part of the DOJ, and they're nominated by the president. However, the DOJ is not under the executive branch. That's different. The court system is not under the executive branch, and we have federal courts in every state in the country.
Take my apology in Federal Reserve notes if you want. This is the seal of the president. This is the Department of Justice where your immigration court. They are directly under the agency of the executive branch of the government. It's a fact.
Okay,
it's a fact.
So again,
this is a fact. You're trying to argue with a fact.
Reggie, I'm going to ask you to do something. Okay, number one, stop yelling. Number two, listen to what I'm saying to you. The agency and who leads the agency is nominated by the president, but the court system is not under the executive branch.
You're arguing with a fact. It's a fact.
No, I'm not.
It's a fact.
No, I'm not.
It's a fact, honey. I'm sorry.
No, and my name is not Honey, Reggie. My name is not Honey.
It's a fact.
No, it's not. The court is never. Bro,
can you present an argument?
I sure can. Stop yelling, and I can. Hold on, please. Yeah, you're right.
While Danny's researching to educate you, Reggie, I also want to go there and talk about, yes, the states have tried to take care of immigration and housing. As you notice, Texas got overwhelmed and had to bus a bunch of people out of the state because they didn't have the resources to handle it. That's the state of Texas alone. Then it went to New York, and New York couldn't handle it. Matter of fact, Mayor Adams tried to get the president to declare a national emergency to get additional funding in there because they didn't have the resources. Illinois had a meltdown practically when they tried to take on immigration. They didn't have the space for it. So when you sit there and say the states can handle it, there are like 9 examples, including Massachusetts, that couldn't handle it. What state did you believe that could handle the immigration housing issue that you're talking about? Because there's 9 already on the books that had
I'm saying the 50 states are who needs to be in charge of it. If the 50 states are at capacity, then no more. That's it.
Okay, so again, I'm going to now share my screen with everyone on all sides. And Reggie, I'm going to ask you to not interrupt while I explain the information that we are looking at. Okay, give me one moment. So are federal courts under the judicial branch or executive branch? That's my question. AI overview. Excuse me, I asked you not to interrupt. I literally just asked you not to interrupt. Appreciate you. Federal courts, including the Supreme Court and other federal courts, are part of the judicial branch of the U.S. government, which is exactly what I said. Now, what I'm going to also show you is this. I ask you not to interrupt, bro. You are going to end up getting kicked because you want to be an asshole. Stop and listen, Reggie. Stop. I'm going to finish what I'm saying, and you're going to hush. Jesus. So this is on uscourts.gov. So Article 3 of the U.S. Constitution establishes the judicial branch as one of the 3 separate and distinct branches of the federal government. These three branches, legislative, executive, and judicial, operate within a constitutional system of checks and balances. That means that although each branch is formally separate from the other two, the Constitution often requires cooperation among the branches. Federal laws, for example, are passed by Congress and then signed by the president. The judicial branch, in turn, has the authority to decide the constitutionality of federal laws and resolve other cases, including federal laws. But judges depend upon the executive branch to enforce court decisions. These courts are not under the executive branch. They are not.
We're talking about immigration courts, Danny.
Well, Jesus Christ.
Immigration court. Now, look it up. Look up immigration court, and you will have your answer, and then you can apologize.
So listen, what I am trying to tell you is that a court of any kind is still part of the judicial branch. Of any kind. Now, the people, well, for fuck's sake.
The legislative branch has the power to create courts, and they have created courts under themselves and under the executive branch as well. That's why your states have courts. That's why your legislature has courts. That's why immigration and the Department of Justice has a court. It's a fact.
Okay, so your states have courts that are part of the judicial system.
Hey, Google, is immigration court an Article 3 court?
Listen, understand that we are talking about two different. We are talking
executive branch immigration courts.
Oh my God, I'm not doing ChatGPT with you. Listen, immigration judges are employed by the executive branch. I understand that. I understand what the DOJ is. What we are talking about is, so I want to make sure that we're talking about two different things. When you talk about immigration courts that happen throughout the country, I understand where immigration judges and who they are hired by and appointed by. Do you want to know why I understand that? Because I know that when Donald Trump changed the performance plan of immigration judges, we lost 42 immigration judges immediately from the system. What I'm saying to you is that the law about that is federal law. The judicial branch is the judicial branch, which is why the question yesterday was being done under the federal branch of the government. There are three different branches. I get that immigration falls under the executive branch. I get that. I'm aware of that. I know exactly, because I'm the one who talked about the performance plan. I get that. The point of what you're saying is that it is still federal law that will not ever be handled by state courts. It cannot be.
You're a straw man and you're changing my point.
Okay, bro, what's your point? Let's start from the beginning. Tell me exactly what your point is.
It's a fact that the immigration courts are underneath the executive branch of the government. It's a fact. They're under the DOJ. It's not refutable. You don't get to say no. You don't get to show any.
What is your point about immigration?
The point is, if you're going to sit here and try to run around the executive branch of the government, it cannot happen. What you guys are talking about with them trying to overturn him sending the Marines and the National Guard there, it's already legislated. It's already judiciated. It's been adjudicated already. It's a fact of law under 10 U.S. Code 12406 that he can do exactly
No, he cannot.
what he did.
No, he cannot. Okay, let me show you Title 10. And it's not, no, it's Title 10, 1204. And I know exactly.
No, it's
12406. I know. So let me show you what it says. No, bro. No, I'm going to show you where you are wrong. Like completely, entirely ass wrong. I have read it and I'm going to take you through it and I'm going to ask you not to interrupt. I'm going to ask you to hush while I tell you what it says. 10 USC 12406. This is the circumstances under which you can federalize, right? Whether you can federalize the National Guard. There are only three circumstances: is when the U.S. or any of its commonwealths or possession are invaded or in danger of invasion by a foreign nation, which we don't have. The second is whether there is a rebellion or danger of rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States, which what is happening again, good God in heaven, stop fucking interrupting. You're literally being an asshole. Stop. I got you.
Just mad because you're wrong.
Oh my God. No, I'm mad because you're just disrespectful as fuck. That's it. You don't like having like a normal conversation and it's irritating. You have to talk about the legal definition of rebellion, which is why the judge ruled yesterday that what's happening in LA is not a rebellion. A protest is not a rebellion, and a riot, believe it or not, is not a rebellion. Okay? And the third is if the president is unable with regular forces to execute the laws of the United States, which again is not present. And then guess what? Even if any of these things was present, guess what it says? It says to execute those laws, orders for these purposes shall be issued through the governors. So everything about Title 10 proves that what Donald Trump did by activating and federalizing the National Guard is illegal. It's unlawful. That's exactly why the court ruled against him yesterday.
You did not read the whole thing.
Well, for fuck's sake.
Read the first sentence, please.
I already read the first sentence.
Oh, you skipped over the first sentence.
No, I didn't. You have to read. Listen.
Into federal service, members and units of the National Guard. Yeah, that part you skipped. Read it.
Listen. But you have to read the whole thing. It says, but orders for those purposes have to be done through the government, through the governor. Listen, bro, it does. He can do that, but the orders have to go through the governor. And he can only do it under these three circumstances, which do not exist.
You gonna read the whole thing?
Bro, are you gonna comprehend the whole thing?
Skip the word whenever, and you skip the first sentence. The president may call into federal service members and units of the National Guard. Oh, what did he do? Okay, there you go.
Finish the fucking sentence.
You finish it. Why did you skip?
No, because I know how to read and I know how to comprehend, and so does the judge.
Before the first. Okay, you're great.
Because the second sentence is the final thing. That's why. No, it's not, Hustle Kev. No, it's not. No, lovely. Burning a car is not a rebellion. Nope, it's not.
Attacking ICE agents? Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Come on, dude.
No.
I can agree with you that the way that they're doing this could be done better. That part we could agree on. We could agree that these people bring benefits to the United States. But if you're going to sit here and say protesters throwing glass bottles at ICE agents isn't interrupting them doing their job, then now we can't have an objective conversation based on reality.
So again, what I am telling you is that what you are describing is not a rebellion. What you are describing is not a rebellion. That's it, right? Yeah, that's the difference. Like protest, riot, rebellion, three separate things. So I think that that's the part that people need to understand. A rebellion is against the authority of the government of the United States. It's not the same thing. And that's what I'm telling you. Title 10
agent doing?
Title 10 is very clear that what he did was unlawful. And that's exactly why the court issued the judgment that it did and stated the exact same thing that I just told you. Right? They literally outlined it line by line why what he did is unlawful. Period. Right? So it's just that simple. And in addition to that, the other things that we can talk about are really clear. I'll tell you why there's an issue with, in addition to all of this, why the Trump, no, they paused it because there's an appeal. That's the way the court system works, folks. So let me just explain. So one of the reasons, and I'm going to turn my camera around for just a second. One of the reasons that the Trump administration had a hard time in court yesterday, right? With their argument, which is what I said was going to happen in the beginning, right? I've been saying this all week, is that, let me just pull it up for you. Give me 1 second. Okay. So when Donald Trump unlawfully federalized the National Guard, he did so on June 7th. Now, what's the problem with doing that on June 7th? I'm going to show you what the problem is. So let me go to my posts so that I can show you this. Whoops. There we go. Whoop. Here. Okay. And let me go to White House. Federalization. Let me just do White House National Guard. It's the presidential memorandum that he did. Okay. And here we go. So I'm going to show you why this is a problem. And sorry, you guys, let me share my screen with you over here because I forgot to do that. Okay. So let me just show you. So first, this is what the White House put out. Okay. And this was on June 7th. We can see that, right? Let me make it a little smaller so that, whoop. There we go. All right. So when we talk about nationalizing them, and they're saying numerous incidents of violence and disorder, threaten ICE enforcement, right? All of this. And this is on June 7th. The problem with this statement, let me finish, please. Thank you. Appreciate it. The problem with this is that on June 7th, matter of fact, at the end of the day, June 7th, LAPD put out this news release on June 7th, and it said today demonstrations across the city of Los Angeles remained peaceful, and we commend all those who exercise their First Amendment rights responsibly. The Los Angeles Police Department appreciates the cooperation of organizers, participants, and community partners who helped ensure public safety throughout the day. While today's events concluded without incident, the Los Angeles Police Department remains fully prepared to respond swiftly and appropriately to any potential acts of civil unrest. Our commitment to safeguarding the rights, safety, and well-being of all Angelenos continues day and night. We will maintain a heightened readiness posture and remain ready to ensure the continued safety of our communities. So the problem that the Trump administration had in their argument is that on the very same day that the Trump administration claimed that there were incidents of violence, that people were being threatened, the LAPD actually put out a statement. Dude, I don't care about images. I don't care. I'm going to give you facts. You can Google whatever you like. I don't care. And I'll tell you why. I understand deep fakes. I understand Photoshop. I understand people reusing photos from other riots. I know that all of those things have taken place. The bottom line is that the timeline is on the state of California's side. And that is why the judge ruled exactly as they did. Right? So the reality is very simple. Okay. You cannot claim that on the 7th of June, there were all these acts of violence and that LA was overwhelmed on the same day that the LAPD said, hey, this whole day went great today. And I commend all of you all for doing things, great. Right. So those things are important.
So LAPD's never lied before as a person.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus. I'm not doing that. You're not pivoting. You're not pivoting. You're not pivoting. You're not pivoting away from the point. You're not pivoting. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Because we are not. Nope. We're going to stay on this. We're going to stay on this route. We are going to talk about the timeline. And the timeline is very clear that on June 7th, when Donald Trump said that there were all these acts of violence and threats and all of that, we are going to see that the LAPD at the end of the day said, hey, thanks for this day being peaceful. Thanks for the organizers working with us. Yeah, babe. Some what? Okay, give me 1 second. Okay. Like that's what we're going to talk about. That's it, Reggie. That's it. And that is why the court agreed. like logistically, from a law perspective, from all the perspectives. I don't see, I'm not doing that with you, bro. I'm not. Reggie, you don't like to stick to the facts, and that's fine.
The fact is, you're using the LAPD.
Yep. Hey, Dom, can you come here and help for a second?
When we have almost infinite instances where they've been caught lying.
So
Danny, would it matter? Would it matter if, well, you know me. So going to LA, being down there and not seeing all these rewards, I'm literally, and this is what you're talking about, Danny, for those people in there, 600 people in there. I'm watching people say, and all the fake, like you said, fake photos, fake videos, using clips from the 1992 riots in LA as evidence that these things are happening, when in fact it's not. But
okay.
Danny, can you speak to Tom Holman being there the Wednesday before everything happened?
He sure was. Now, he says that he was there for a quote unquote another assignment or another operation. What we do know is that Tom Holman actually said in an interview that he was in LA waiting to activate an operation the Wednesday before. And so what I find interesting about that is that, you know, what was he doing, and was it coincidental that Tom Holman was in LA 2 days before the protest even started? Because as we all know, they did not start until Friday. So what in the world are we talking about? Right? They're like, so what is that? So if those of you all who have never seen the movie Wag the Dog, I highly recommend you go watch it. And you might have a better understanding of what is actually happening right now. So what the Trump administration has done is create a problem that did not exist prior to them sending in the National Guard, period. It didn't exist. He created a problem, and then he wants to get credit for quote unquote solving a problem. My daughter lives there in LA, right? And she's lived there for 4 or 5 years. So the reality is he created a problem that did not exist prior. And then it's called Wag the Dog. And we've been leading up to this for forever, folks. So I think that people.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying.
Nope, I wasn't. And so, yes, when there was no reason for Tom Holman to, like, what operation was he there to do other than this one that Wednesday before, right? When he says everything kicked off on Friday, we actually have evidence that says, no, it did not kick off on that Friday. It didn't escalate. And exactly what Gavin Newsome said is exactly what happened. They said, when you send National Guard here, that is what will escalate things. And here's what we know about protests, okay? What we know is that when you militarize or elevate, for example, and I tell people this all the time, if you show up wearing gas masks, it heightens things. If you wear masks, even if you're on the peaceful protesting side, if you wear a mask, that elevates things because there's this sense of danger. It heightens the tensions around everything because you can't clearly see the face of the person, regardless on whatever side they are. How do you know for sure that the National Guard didn't feel threatened the vast majority of the time? If they felt threatened, you would not see them walking around with their helmet shields up, right? They wouldn't do that. Judo can tell you that, right? You do not walk around as a National Guardman with your helmet shield up if you feel that you are under threat, right? It's just not what you would be doing. And there's tons of video out there of National Guard people standing around doing that exact thing. So no, that's not. Or am I saying that no one out there threw a rock? Nope. Am I saying that no one out there didn't throw a brick? Nope. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that the vast majority of that protest, especially before the National Guard got there, was extremely peaceful. And the reality is that you don't control everybody that shows up to a protest. And I'll share with you a personal experience. When I was leading a peaceful protest in Kingsport, Tennessee, back in 2019, we were camped outside 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on a public right-of-way outside of a hospital, protesting a medical monopoly that was created by the state legislature. We were there for 257 days straight. So if there's someone who knows anything about leading a peaceful protest, I would be one of them. Now, what I can tell you is that within that first week or two, we had some individuals that came out to the protest that wanted to be there, quote unquote, to watch over us while we sleep, to make sure everything was good to go, whatever. And one of my rules for participating in the peaceful protest where my name was on the line was that there were absolutely no weapons or pew-pews allowed. None whatsoever. Okay. I asked these individuals to ensure that they did not bring any of those things, right? Guess what? These individuals did bring those things, and they were in the car. And when I found out about it, I said, you have to leave. You are no longer welcome here. You cannot participate in this peaceful protest, right? You can't do it. Now, my thing is this, had I not been made aware of that and something had popped off, that would have been outside of my control because I'm not those people. I advise them of what they need to do, right? I advise them of how they were supposed to participate. I can't, you know what I mean? And so when you run a protest, it is very difficult to ensure that everyone who chooses to come out does things the way that the organizers and the way that the leaders would have them do it. It's just that thing. Bad actors and people with ill will show up at all points and times. What we're not going to do is judge an entire movement, an entire event based on the actions of a handful of people. We're not going to do that, right? And so that's the place where I land, period.
I agree with you there, but the argument for the other side is not that the rioters are doing that, or that even the peaceful protesters are doing that. It's that the whole time since probably February, May, people have been getting in the way of ICE deporting people. We've seen it in Massachusetts. We've seen it in California. We've seen it all over. People are coming up, protecting their neighbors, as they should. But the problem is that's against the law, and that allows them to do what they're doing. So if ICE is trying to do their job, which is to get these undocumented immigrants out of there, and you're standing in the way of ICE, you are now getting in the way of the ability of the United States of America.
Reggie,
and now he can call in the National Guard.
Okay, but Reggie, let me tell you a couple parts that you're missing, especially here in California. We've had ICE agents coming into businesses with warrants that were not signed by judges.
Correct.
And the moment you ask them, I need to see that warrant with a judge's signature, and they turn around and leave because they know if you don't ask them, they're going to continue their operations. The minute you ask them, now your side, the right, is saying that is, quote, standing in the way. It is not standing in the way. It is literally you're exercising your right, and they have to give you a signed warrant by a judge, and a lot of them are not doing that. It started in Bakersfield. Right before Trump took office here in California, and they did not have signed warrants. But the right is saying that they're standing in the way, but they're not telling you that part.
Correct. And the thing is this, and so and it's not only that they have to have a signed warrant, they have to have a signed warrant for particular people. Like they have to have it. And so this is the reason why, I don't know if you saw yesterday, we just had a U.S. Marshal detained by ICE. We had a U.S. Marshal detained by ICE because he fit the general description. Well, the general description is being brown. That's the general last description, folks. So the bottom line is this. Not only do you have to have a warrant that is signed by a judge, that warrant must be specific, either for that specific location or for that specific person. And if it is not a legal warrant. What, baby? You want what?
So, Reg, they can't roll up and just say, I want to check everybody. They can't do that. It has to be specific. And that is what is happening. Yeah. They're rolling up in certain establishments and just saying, we want to check. If they come into my business, they need to tell me who they are looking for.
100%.
Right, and I agree with you there. But here's another problem: we want to be all nice about it. We don't want them showing up at schools. We don't want them showing up at churches. You don't want them showing up at the workplace. You really don't want them to do their job. Is the problem?
No, we want them to do their job. Hold on. We want them to do their job legally as defined and outlined by law. And that's it. And here's what you keep doing. You make a point as soon as we give you accurate information about the point, you then say, I agree with you, but I agree with you, but. And so that is a problem for me because all you keep doing is bringing up something that's not factual. We then state what the facts are. You then say, oh, well, I agree with that fact, but this. There is no but. There is no but. Listen, Reggie, it's this. Well, listen, you can but all you want. What we're not going to do, we're going to talk about law and the way that things are supposed to be done. Period. That is what we're going to talk about. I'm not going to talk about fucking feelings or what somebody thinks about something. I literally don't care. What I'm going to talk about very clearly is this. All right?
What is Immigration and Custom Enforcement's job?
It is not to blindly go round up people because they are brown. No, you're about to get handled.
Danny, I would like to say something.
Sure.
Which is, I think it's going to clarify everything. When somebody commit a robbery,
Dom,
right,
I need you.
They run away, right? When somebody commit a robbery or burglary and they run away, the police is not going around asking everybody that looks like that person. The police already have the description of that person, and they're going to go after that particular person because they know they have the footage or they have info about that particular person. But now we're talking about criminal immigrants. Criminal immigrants means that the police already or ICE already have on the database that these people committed some type of crime and they are here illegally.
Hold on, stop it. I got it. I got you.
And they can go and target those specific people.
It's not a crime. It's a civil infraction.
This is not what they're doing because they know who those people are. They have the footage. They have the address of those people. But the side is like taking everything that looks immigrants. That's not the way they should be doing because they have data. They have data, they have the names, they have the age, they know where they live, they know how they look like, because they have it on the database. So they have to go straight and look for those particular people. Because they have to be like now, immigrant criminals, that they have to be removed. And everybody agrees on that. So when you are appearing in courts, when people go to the court and you're appearing there, or you're appearing in their jobs, first and foremost, in order for you to have a job in the United States, you have to have a good background. So nobody going to pay you if you're a felon or if you have bad things on your record. So that's criminal immigrants. How are you going to a job looking for people they are not criminals just because you think you assume they are immigrants? So now you're not looking for criminal immigrants. You're looking for immigrants as a whole.
Moichi, just because somebody has a job does not mean they're not a criminal.
I can still hear you guys. Hold on, I'm just helping.
You know who those people are, right? Do the police or ICE know who these people are? Yes or no?
Right, and when they go to get them, people are protesting and rioting and stopping.
That's not true.
No, that's not true, Reggie.
Which is the reason that they're calling in the National Guard.
No, that is not the reason, and I'm not going to let you sit up here and lie on that platform. I'm just not going to do it. Listen, I'm going to be really clear, folks. Like, I just gave it to you. So I'm going to be real clear. What I'm not going to let you do, and you should know this about me by now, I'm not going to let you sit up here on my platform and say shit that is just simply not true. That is not what is happening. People are, nope, stop, don't interrupt me. I did.
Somebody has a job.
Can you go back on criminal?
What are you getting at? That's a
Go back
fact.
on mute.
Hold on for a second. Reggie, go back on mute. Michael DeBoss, can you give me a commercial break for 1 second? You guys hold tight for 30 seconds while I get Mila straight. Go ahead, DeBoss.
It's 598 people in the live. Welcome to Danny's Live. You got 180 likes. Let's get Danny up to 200 likes. If you have not subscribed to Danny's, if you're not a Danny and you haven't subscribed, tap the heart up above and you can join her team. If you subscribe to Danny's Live, you also get access to her Discord, where she has tons more information and a lot more activities and opportunities to learn in depth about a lot of these topics that we speak of, including the one we're speaking about today. If you are in she only has 4 rules: be respectful, no slurs, don't spam the comments, and no all caps. Those are reserved for moderators. Again, she is very adamant about having a respectful dialogue in her space. And so if we can just adhere to that and let her do her thing, we'll continue this conversation. We're having a really good, informative conversation, and we need to make sure that we get the facts out there as they are.
100%.
With that being said, back on you.
Danny,
Thank
can
you.
a person who's committed a crime have a job?
Jesus Christ in heaven. Reggie.
That's what you just got.
Reggie, I'm going to ask you to go on mute and don't interrupt me again or I will boot you. And I don't want to do that. You are saying a lot of things that a lot of other people say. You are saying things that a lot of other people say. So that is why it's valuable for you to be here, because a lot of people that are listening are not on this panel and they hear things that you are saying. So it is important and it is great to have the opportunity to provide accurate information for everybody else that is listening, right? It's not just about you. It's about the other 600 people in the room and the other people that are on Facebook and the other people that are on YouTube, right? That's what it's about. But what I'm going to ask you to do for the last time, I'm going to ask you for the very last time to not come off mute and interrupt me, because you just did it twice while I was speaking just now. And it's disrespectful. And I'm going to ask you to not do that. And if you can't do it. So see ya. Listen, folks, it's real simple. It is not hard. If all I ask you to do is to not interrupt me, that shouldn't be difficult. And if that is difficult, then you will get the fuck off my live. Very simply, because I'm not asking you to do anything difficult or hard. I'm asking you to behave like an adult. I'm asking you to have some impulse control. That's it. I literally just said what you're saying is valuable so that we can correct it and we can provide other information. But when you refuse to do that, I'm going to boot you. And it's not because you're not welcome here if you disagree. It's not because any of those things. It is literally because you refuse to be respectful. That's it. And if you can't do that, I am going to boot you, because this is not your platform. I don't platform misinformation. Did you hear me? I don't platform misinformation. I will let you speak, and then I'm going to correct you. I'm going to give information that is accurate. I'm going to show you the sources for the information. But if all you keep doing is interrupting and all you keep doing is providing false information, you are going to get booted. It's just that simple. Take that shit somewhere else where they do that. We don't do that here. Okay, so let me level set, because there are a lot of people here who are new to this live. So I only ask 4 things. Let me put my background back up over here so everybody knows what those 4 things are. I only ask you to be respectful, to not use slurs. Okay, slurs will get you muted and booted, like just tip top right off the start. And then the only other thing that I ask is that you do not spam my comments, right? Because that's not helpful. And then I ask that you do not type in all caps. And the reason that I ask for you to not do that is because caps are reserved for my moderators and for the folks that are vision impaired. That's it. I do have subscribers that are vision impaired. So I ask that you not type in all caps. That's reserved for those individuals. Those are the only 4 things that I ask. Other than that, I'm down for the discourse and the dialogue all day long. But if you don't do those things, I will match your energy and handle you appropriately. Now, deep breath, everybody. I'm going to go next to John A. and then to Caribbean. When I bring you up to join the panel, please put yourself on mute until I get to you. John A., good afternoon, sir. How are you and what you got for me? Let me send you an invite to turn your microphone on. I'm not sure if you intended to request up or not. Right, Natalie, good to see you, by the way. Nope, guess not. All right, Caribbean.
I came up to talk to that guy who said we're criminals and we're undocumented. I like to just tell people that right now, us Haitian people, we're being targeted for no fucking reason whatsoever. I woke up one day, mind you, I came to this country legally. I'm not an undocumented immigrant. Legally entered this country. Florida, the state of Florida, Tallahassee solicited me because I have a PhD in forensic pathology. They said, we need people like you. So boom, I came. After a year, married my husband. He was active duty in the Air Force. Had children, bam, bam, boom, hairpin over 10 years. Did everything right as they said. Everything right.
Mm-hmm.
To wake up one day to have no bank accounts. Seized, gone. That's that. Got freaking letter saying, oh, you have to leave the country. Did nothing. 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 So to hear people say we're criminals, to hear people stigmatize us further than the government already is fucked up. We're not criminals. Never in my life have I done anything wrong. I've never stole, never did anything wrong. My entire life I've been a straightforward person. But to hear people that look like me, to hear people like me that look like me, see, we're criminals, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. Like, we have fallen so fucking far. We have fallen so fucking far that people will look like me have to repeat this word saying, you are criminals. You might be criminals. As if the only difference between me and you is that the boat will stop in a different place for my family. That's the only difference between Haitian people and the American Afro people here. That's the only difference between us. That is the only difference. So to hear people will look like me, to hear people will look like my family, to say we are criminals, like we have fallen so fucking far. 100%. You let that orange man convince you. You let him convince you that racism is okay, that it deserves justification, that those children in those detention centers deserve to lose their lives. You are letting this man tell you that, and you are believing him when you see it, when you repeat it. You are letting him convince you of the latter. We are not criminals. We are not criminals. And even those who are undocumented, they committed misdemeanors. While you voted for a whole bloody felon. A whole bloody felon. But to hear law and order, to hear all of this bullshit talk, just know that some of us didn't do anything to deserve this. And those who did, even if they came undocumented, they don't deserve to be treated that way.
Correct.
Where is our humanity?
Exactly.
Where is our humanity? Sorry for getting emotional, but to hear people that look like me, when palm color people say it, I'm like, oh yeah, fuck yeah. When a racist like that, you know, natural is natural for enough to say it, right? But when you see someone will look like you, spit it the body out, you're like, where we got wrong? Where did we go wrong?
Yep.
Now for we people to say that.
100%. And I want to say this, you don't ever have to apologize for getting emotional here. This is emotional, right? It is emotional because it is personal. This is you. For those of you who got in, I heard somebody in the comments say, are you here legally? And I don't condone violence, but everything in me wants to throat punch you. Because I actually don't give a fuck. Even though she is here legally, I don't care. I don't believe that anybody should be treated as if they are less than human. And this idea that somehow being illegal, which is a misdemeanor, folks, entering this country illegally is a misdemeanor. You're still a human being. When people say they're illegals, what the fuck does that even mean? Most of y'all got cousins that are illegal. Most of you got folks in your life that have committed crimes that are way worse than a misdemeanor, right? So we're not making distinctions about those things. These are human beings, period. And I'm just telling y'all, I don't know where, I'm going to say this a bajillion times to Americans. There is nothing about being an American that makes you better than anybody else. There is nothing about being an American that makes your life and your humanity better and more significant or more valuable than anyone else. And the thing that makes me angry, I've heard people say, well, why do people want to come here from other countries? And why are people? Because of her. Did you hear what she said? We recruited her because she had talent and she had ability and she had skills that we wanted in this country. And this is what happens a lot of times at universities like Harvard and Columbia and Yale and Northwestern. They bring in folks from other countries and say, hey, listen, you want a lab? We'll provide you a lab. We'll provide you the resource to do all the research you need to do, A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z, because we need this here. And those folks come here. And then all of a sudden they wake up, like she said, to a frozen bank account. Any of you all ever woke up to have all of your money that you and your military serving? She married somebody that's active duty. How much more service? And by the way, let me just say when you are active duty military, you aren't the only person serving. Your loved ones are serving. Your spouse is serving. If you've never been married to somebody in the military, if you don't understand what it's like when they get deployed somewhere that you cannot go, you are serving. If you've never gotten a phone call, right, where you can hear boop, 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 in the background and your loved ones calling you on the 1 minute that they can do that, you don't know what serving is.
Or a knock on the door from me to notify you that I am sorry for your loss.
100%.
Yeah, that's what I received. My husband was he became a veteran because he got discharged for medical reasons. He had carcinoma cancer. He passed away last year. This is ongoing. This is what my child has to endure. Because someone's attached to me. Understand? Someone's attached to me. I have a whole human being attached to me. She has Darbat syndrome, which is a very rare condition, a disability. She is disabled. She has to endure this with me. You're not punishing me, you're punishing her. For you to say, come here legally, that's disgusting. Because there's a whole child attached to me. There's babies in foster care right now that are being removed from foster care and sent to countries they've never been to.
Yes.
How can you have lost your humanity? You lost your humanity to co-sign that shit. You can't say you're a human being anymore. I cannot believe that you are a human being anymore. I cannot believe it. You're not human to me anymore. A piece of fucking paper has told you you are better than me and I should be treated this way.
And I will tell you this, there are so many people that are in here. This is exactly what we're talking about, folks. When we talk about how many of you all, and if you're being honest, it will be all of you. How many of you all have ever said, I would unalive for my child? How many of you all have ever said, I would unalive for my child? Every single one of you have. Everyone that is a parent, a grandparent, a guardian, every single one of you have said, I would unalive for my child. And if you've ever said that, then you should be able to comprehend and understand why people would be willing to trek hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles, go through rivers and brush and all kinds of circumstances to protect their children. This is not a hard concept. This is not a hard concept. It's not. And the fact that you think, listen, you better check your privilege and your superiority because that's the only thing that can make you feel the way you feel. And you don't want to address that though, do you? You don't want to take a look at yourself and say, why do I feel this way about this particular group of people? And why do I not feel this way about the people that are actually taking shit away from me? Because I promise you, it is not Caribbean. It is not her that has taken anything from you. She hasn't taken your job. She hasn't taken your man. She hasn't taken your apartment. She hasn't taken anything. It is the folks that have been buying up all the houses. It is the folks that have been buying up the apartments and using an algorithm to set rent so fucking high nobody can afford it. It is the people that refuse to pass legislation so that everybody can have access to safe, quality, affordable health care. It is the people that refuse to pass legislation that protects every single one of you from the shit that this government is doing right now. It is the people that refuse to call in a special session of Congress to rein in this executive branch that is violating every bit of the Constitution. It is those people. It is the daggone billionaires that will not pay you a living wage. It is the people that think that you should work a full-time job and not have benefits. It is the people that are tying your health to your ability to work. It is the people that are, I'm going to say that part again. It is the people that are tying your health and your well-being to if you work for someone. And if you work for someone, they want you to work just 30 hours so that they don't have to give you benefits. And then when they give you benefits, they want your damn premiums to be so high you can't afford them. They want your co-pays to make you go bankrupt. Don't talk to me about being mad at immigrants when you're not mad at the fucking billionaires and the ridiculous people that are running this country and running you into the ground. I am so tired. I am listening to a woman that came to this country legally that has a full human being that she had with a military person in this country who sacrificed while he served, who is now with nothing and being discriminated against simply because of the color of her skin. That's it. That's all she did. All she did was believe America when we said, come here, we need you. You have talent, you have skills, we have ability. We're the melting pot. We'll take care of you. That's all she did was trust us.
Yeah, I will say this to the people who are self-deporting, the people who have somewhere to go. At least I have somewhere to go. I have a family. Some people who are open or accept me back home with my child. To the people who don't, to those who don't have, they're stateless, because you have immigrants that are stateless. They have nowhere to go. Where are you going to send them? Where are you honestly going to send those babies? They're stateless. They don't have where to go. They don't have a country to claim them. They're not claimed. So where do they go? Do y'all people, like, honestly, I've watched people in my surroundings lose their humanity every single fucking day, parroting what this orange man told them. And it's fucking wild to hear it. Because right now they're deporting us, but I wholeheartedly believe they're not gonna deport us anymore. They're going to have work camps for us. This is the first wave. This is the first wave. To all those babies with no mothers, I fucking feel for them. Yep. And if you don't have a conscience, if you don't have a heart, don't you fucking dare pray to no God. God no fucking like you. Don't you dare fucking pray to no kind of God. You're heartless. How dare you call yourself a Christian and fucking allow children to suffer like this, to put people through like this. At least I am fortunate. At least I am fortunate to have somewhere to fall. Other people have nowhere to fucking fall. And those people, you're fucking evil to take away from those people something they've never taken from you. They've never fucking taken from you. Never in my life have I been on any food stamps, any SNAP, any benefits. None of that. Did not qualify. Did not fucking qualify. You understand? None of that was given to me. I'm gonna work my ass every fucking day to provide for my child. Yet people like me, people like other women I know that are going to pack up and fucking leave because there's nothing else left for us here. You have taken everything from us, even though we've taken nothing from you. God forbid I fucking exist as a Haitian person. Yeah. God fucking forbid that. Fuck, I'm not gonna apologize for who I am. I'm not gonna apologize for the people I came from. But for the only people who think this is alright, fuck off. No, fuck right off. I have no sympathy for you when this shit comes crashing down on you. And then fucking remind you that you ain't one part of the crew either. Because you fucking poor and you're not fucking white. I want that shit to crash onto you every fucking weight so that you could feel what we are feeling. Because at least I am fucking fortunate. I have somewhere to fall. Others don't fucking do that. They don't have that. They have no family, nobody to claim them. So una go fuck right off. Una go fuck right off.
I need to make a point that is really resonating with me right now. Because even in your situation, I hear you having compassion for people that don't have somewhere to fall. And this is the part. Even in her situation, I want y'all to grasp this. This is somebody that has had everything taken away from herself, everything taken away. And she still said, but at least I have somewhere to fall. I'm fortunate. Listen to what she said. She said, I'm fortunate because I have somewhere to fall. And there are so many of you that aren't falling any fucking where, aren't falling anywhere, and you don't have any empathy, any compassion, any humanity in you for anyone else that's struggling just like you. It is the most crazy thing I could ever see in my life. And I'm with you. I have said this for a long time. Don't talk to me about Christianity. Christianity has been hijacked once again, because it's been hijacked quite a few times through history. In case you all do not know, Christianity has continuously been the mechanism through which people have been ridiculed, persecuted, and unalived. Let's just be clear about that. And here we are once again. Do not talk to me about Jesus if you are okay with these things that are happening. Do not talk to me about it. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if Jesus were here, he would be standing in all of y'all's churches on Sunday morning. He would be flipping over your tables and he would be whipping your ass with a whip day in and day out. And I would be outside applauding because you would deserve every bit of it. Every bit of it. Make no mistake about that very fact right now. There is nothing about this behavior that Jesus would support. Nothing.
Not, and I'm glad my husband is not with us. I'm glad he's not suffering, but I'm also glad he's not seeing what he served for, because this is not what he served for in the Air Force. My husband would be dying of a broken heart if he would see what he served for. After almost 18 years in the Air Force, this is not what he served for. When he went to Afghanistan, when he went to Iraq, this is not what he fucking served for. He didn't serve for this.
Nope.
He didn't. So I'm glad he's not here. I'm glad he's not seeing this. I'm glad he's not seeing that the 18 plus years he served for this fucking country. God for shit. God do fucking shit.
It's
I'm
this.
glad for that.
It is the same thing that I said yesterday. I did a Substack, I think yesterday or the day before, that just said I didn't sign up for this shit. I'm a veteran, so is Judo Guido down here. And I think about like my dad. My dad had 2 tours in Vietnam. He unalived a couple of years after his last tour when he was medevaced home of lung cancer. I was 6 months old when my father passed. And my mother said to me when Trump was at Arlington National Cemetery, my mother said to me, "This is the one time that I'm really glad I didn't let them bury your dad in Arlington." She said, because the way that he disrespected it, I'm so glad your dad is not there. And I think about that all the time. The shit that I saw yesterday on Fort Bragg, where they are selling Trump's, merchandise and white privilege trumps everything. Yeah, I think real patriots, real soldiers, real people, human beings, we don't support any of this. And I think it does both things. I think it breaks our heart, and then it also makes you angry as hell. And if you're not angry, you're not watching enough. If you're not angry, you're not informed enough. If you're not angry, you don't know how many people have already unalived this year in immigration detention camps. If you're not angry, you don't know about the conditions that they have these human beings and children in. If you're not angry, you're not paying attention.
53. It's 53. In Nevada alone, 3 children lost their lives. One of them was a 2-year-old child named Jacqueline Alphonse. She was 2. Her mom had to find out because she was detained and separated in a different detention center. She found out a week later her child had lost her life in a detention center.
Yeah.
People will not be disgusted. I have spoken to maggots and told them this. Hey, have you no conscience? Have you no heart? And they will tell you, did she come legally? That is the response they have. Did she come legally? A fucking baby, a diaper-wearing child. Did she come legally? As if a piece of paper that was the deciding factor of this child losing her life in an egregious manner. That was the deciding factor, a piece of fucking paper. And I just keep saying to myself, I'm not gonna be Marie Blythe. 44, lost her life in Pompano, Florida. She was also Haitian. I'm not gonna be Marie Blythe. I have a child attached to me. I am the only parent. I'm single parenting this right now as a fucking widow. I am single parenting this shit. I am not going to be Marie Blythe because my child needs me. So I rather fucking leave. I rather fucking pick up my shit and leave. I'm not picking up anything. No, the fuck I'm not. Because they want you to self-deport, but they're taking your fucking bank accounts. How the fuck you on self-deport?
Right.
How the fuck you on self-deport? Dear God, if I did not have people beside rallying next to me, making sure I am safe, I would be there. I would be fucking Marie Blythe. Nothing is different from Marie Blythe to me. She was 44. She was 44. She had a mother. She had a husband. She had children. Fuck, we're human. The fact I have to remind people we're fucking human is fucking wild. That shit is fucking wild. I have to continue reminding people. My child is human. She's capable of feeling pain. I'm human. I'm capable of feeling pain. And at least I am fortunate that I have a fucking family to go back to. Other people don't. Those babies don't. You have no conscience. I swear you got no conscience.
Nope. And for those of you all who want to know what she's referring to, there is a report that came out from the ACLU from 2017 to 2021. There were 52 unalivings in immigration detention centers, and 95% of them could likely have been prevented with adequate medical care. NPR, I shared it yesterday. NPR just did another report about the conditions in an immigration center in Florida that has been investigated several times for inhumane conditions and people being deprived medical care and food. So this is nothing new, but it's things that people either don't know about or don't care to know about. Yeah, so I will say this to you. Can I ask your permission? Is it okay if I take the part of this live, the things that you've said, and can I put them on my podcast as well?
That's fine. I want more people to know that it's not just undocumented people. I want more people to know it's not undocumented people. I want people to fucking know that it's not undocumented people. Stop fucking saying that. Even these people who are being detained in the courts, They're doing it right. They're seeking asylum. They're presenting themselves in court. They've done
Yep.
nothing wrong. The children in Florida who are being pulled out of foster care,
Yep.
they have done nothing wrong. Stop fucking saying we're criminals. Stop that shit, please. We're humans. Stop making excuses for us to be treated like fucking animals. Stop making a fucking excuse. I am sick of hearing it. You are dehumanizing my child. I don't care what you do to me, but you're dehumanizing my child. You are dehumanizing my fucking child who has done nothing but fucking exist. And she does not deserve that. She doesn't deserve it. She does not deserve it. Having to flee a fucking homeless shelter because an ice ring was unnecessary to a child. That was unnecessary.
Yeah.
You understand? So please, just stop the fucking madness. And those people who are protesting right now in Elaine, thank you. Fucking thank you.
Yep.
To all the people who are going out on protest right now, fucking thank you. I can't thank you enough. Because at least you are seeing my fucking humanity. At least you are seeing the humanity of every single child and every single other person that is going through this. At least you are seeing it. At least you are seeing it. So I can't stop thanking you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I appreciate you. I wanted to address something that somebody said. Marie Soft, you said go to another country and see what happens. I think that it would be worth your while to look at immigration laws from other countries. Other countries do allow people to come without papers. There are many, many ways that that countries allow you to be there, whether it's 6 months before you have to deport or to get a visa or to do whatever. Like all around the world, countries have immigration laws, folks. America, I don't know why y'all think that America is the only democratic, immigration friendly, or used to be immigration friendly country in the world. We are not. The majority of the world, it's like almost 170 countries, has democracy, folks. They have democracy. It's a thing. They have immigration laws. It's a thing. So, you know, what would be very beneficial is for Americans to become very informed, accurately informed about other countries, right? Well, Marie, love, Marie, come join me. You have enough followers. I'm inviting you to the panel, and you can come to the panel, and I'll talk to you first.
Yeah, to those people, I did not come here legally, and even if I did, it doesn't justify everything I'm going through. Like, people
Right.
fucking reach
100%.
I'm not a criminal. Stop fucking saying that.
Right.
You understand? And to people who say other countries I could go to, other countries will not fucking treat me the way I'm being treated here right now. Be freaking real right now. They will not do this to children. Do you understand that right now? You don't need to help me. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about fucking me right now. I'm gonna figure this shit out. Go and fight for other people because I am one of many. I am one of fucking many. Many others. Do you understand? I am not the only one. I'm not even fucking special like that. I'm not fucking special like that. There are so many like me. There's other children who cannot even speak the fucking language and have to endure this shit. They cannot even touch the floor when they're sitting in a fucking bench in a court. They can't even touch the floor. Little babies can't even fucking touch the floor in the bench they are sitting. Do you understand that? They can't even touch the fucking floor. But they have to present themselves from the foster system to the fucking court to be deported to a country they did not even fucking know about. This is what they're doing right now. They are kidnapping people. Stop saying that they're taking up. No, they're fucking kidnapping. Call it what it fucking is. It's kidnapping. You are removing a person from a place and taking them somewhere. That's fucking kidnapping.
It is.
Call it what it fucking is.
Marie, are you coming or what? Because I see you in the chat. I see them fingers really, really courageous, but I don't see you accepting my invitation. I don't see you accepting my invitation to the panel. So you can either join the panel or you will eventually be muted or booted from the live. Not because you can't disagree here. It's just because if you're going to say the things that you are saying, then you should be able to come join the panel and have a discussion. You have what? 3,200, almost 3,300 followers. You should be able to hold a conversation on here, right? You should be able to do that and not just be behind that keyboard. So let's do that. Let's have a respectful conversational exchange, right? Let's do that. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do that with facts and additional information. So I'm going to expect you to be able to do the same, right? And if you can't, then you will eventually be removed, right? Simply because you're not here for anything beneficial. So, yeah.
Hey, Danny.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'll be leaving. Okay.
All right. I thank you, Maury, too.
For your platform.
Yeah, you're welcome to come back anytime. Appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
All right. So for those of you all who don't know, why don't you just look up immigration-friendly countries? You could actually look up Mexico's immigration law if you wanted to. I have, right? No, the military isn't being dissolved. Why would you say such a thing? That's not a thing that happens. Like, no. No, that's nothing that's happening at all. So let me just do this. I'm going to ask Caribbean if you have anything else that you want to share before I bring other folks up. I did follow you, so feel free to message me if you'd like to before I do Jen and bring up some other people as well.
No, that was it. That young man was the one that upset me because, again, when you hear palm color people say it, you're like, okay, I'll expect it. Other people have a fucking catalog history of racism and xenophobia and bigotry. But when you hear people that look like fucking you say it,
yes,
it's like, where the fuck, man? That shit hurts. Like, the fuck, that shit hurts.
100%.
That shit hurts a lot. And once I'm safe, Port-au-Prince in Haiti. Not going to Haiti though. I'm going to another Caribbean island. I'm headed to Belize. And maybe Trinidad and Tobago. It depends where my auntie is at this point in time or where my mother is residing. This is where I fucking plan to go. So Cap Haiti, we're neighbors. No, as I was saying, that's the only thing that was upsetting. I expected bigotry and the xenophobia from palm color people, but I don't expect it from other people will look like me. You know, people will look like my family. And to those who want to help, if you could donate to the ACLU or any, independent program that's helping immigrations right now, if you could donate to lawyers that are helping pro bono, immigrants, don't worry about me. I'm going to figure this shit out. Don't fucking worry about me. Worry about the movement with the others. I am one of many. I could figure this shit out. Worry about the others. Please worry about the others. Worry about the children. Yes, donate to the ACLU. Donate to any non-profit organization that is helping the immigration issue. Yeah. Just donate to them. Help them. Please help them get off the fucking ground. They help the brown girl movement, helping all those babies find their homes. You understand? Help those people. Don't fucking help me. Don't worry about me. I'm gonna figure this shit out.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for joining the panel.
Thank you so much, Miss Danny. Have a safe day and keep doing what you're doing, love.
Yeah, you take care of you, okay? Appreciate you. So folks, that was a lot. And it was good. I'm so grateful that she shared. I don't think enough people are aware of exactly what's happening, and exactly what's going on in this country right now. Oh, good God. I'm just, give me a second. I'm taking out the trash.
Please. That was a lot right there, but that was a good story. And
thanks, Mark. Yeah, 100%.
In my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, folks, I really wish that people understood exactly what is happening and what's happening to human beings. These people are human beings. Stop saying, oh, they're illegals. Let me level set and share something with you all for a second. When you start using the word illegals to define a group of people, right? And use that as a reason to not acknowledge their humanity, you are getting dangerously close to the mindset and verbiage that allowed slavery. I need you to understand that, okay? So when you start using language that dehumanizes someone, you get into a mindset that allows people to be enslaved. All right? So if they are illegals, all of a sudden they're not human beings, and then they're subhuman. And if they're subhuman, does that mean they can also be property? Right? Listen, the words that you use matter. And this is something that I say all the time. And I've even said it. Get this. My mother can attest to this. So my mother can attest to this. I didn't like it because I heard people referring to Donald Trump as Cheeto, orange, and even 45. And I'll tell you why. Orange is a color. Cheeto is food. and 45 is a number. None of those things are human. None of those things have a soul. None of those things are right. So listen, folks, when you get into that language, you put yourself in a mindset that somehow this person is less than human. And here's the thing. I might believe in my heart that Donald Trump is a shitty human being, right? I might believe that in my heart. He's still a human being. He's still a human being. He might be a shitty human being, but he's still a human being. Period.
You know, you said something that triggered something to me, you know, and one thing about Trump that I have learned, he very rarely, and I could probably count on one hand how many times I've seen him backtrack. There's always been a method to his madness, whether someone's controlling him or not, or trying to push him in one direction, but there's always been a method to madness. And for him to send out that truth about how, you know, maybe the appearance of reversing the immigration policy because the hospitality industry or the farming industry is being negatively impacted due to his policies. Oh, no. I think it's something more in line with what you just hit on is, we're going to fill those positions. So you either have an option to leave the country or you work in these industries.
Listen,
to get citizenship.
Right, which in other words, what we would call that, those would be concentration camps. Those would be things that are contingent. That would be making indentured servants, right? Right. Which is how you get down the very slippery slope to enslaving people, right? I want people to kind of get this. So, you know, there is nothing about this that comes by accident, right? Bertie, are you real? Let me just see. I don't think that you are, but if you are, Bertie, please join the panel so we can discuss your comment.
And I know you wanted to touch base on the Fort Bragg, but I think that was a litmus test.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
A very, very strong litmus test to see where the junior listed and those in the bottom, you know, when Trump started uninstalling these general officers when he came into office, you know, mm-hmm. First started off the two women admirals that went bye-bye, right? And then he started uninstalling and putting people in that he knew that were true believers, right? Supporters. Mm-hmm. Well, he still had the problem about, okay, well, I could probably put the people at the top, but the boots on ground is the one that I got to see what that litmus test is.
Yep. And
that Fort Bragg was a litmus test. And I know you're going to talk about the subject, but I just want to say that. And I think it gave a pretty good idea, truthfully.
Yep. I don't think they were counting on, here's the things that I don't think they were counting on. I don't think that they were counting on some of those actual messages, you know, specifically the ones that, you know, like no fat soldiers, or I don't think that they were counting on some of those things getting leaked to the press. Now, the thing that will be interesting is to see what happens after that, right? And I think this is where the American people have to not move on to the next thing. All right. You cannot let what happened at Fort Bragg just disappear in the news cycle. Can't do that. It's too important. It is too important that we completely lost the separation of our military and partisanship. That's not okay. We can't leave it. We can't let it fall to the wayside. We can't not keep it in the spotlight. It has to be something. So like, my thing is, I would recommend that all veterans write letters to the editor. I would have veterans posting things all over social media, veterans doing videos and posting them to TikTok and to, and to Facebook and to all of those things. So for those of you all who missed it, Trump went to Fort Bragg, 2 days ago. And what he did was there were the soldiers that appeared behind him and who attended, they were actually screened for their political preference and for their political leanings before they were allowed to stand behind him during that event. Okay. So that was a huge deal because that's not a thing that we do. There was also a vendor selling Trump merchandise on post, which is also a thing that is not supposed to happen. That merchandise included, Trump campaign things, but it also included like a faux credit card that said white privilege trumps everything, right? And this was a faux credit card that soldiers in uniform were purchasing on a military post. Okay. You can read about this if you go to military.com. There was a whole thing. Yep. They were called white privilege cards. Let me see if I still have the article pulled up. I sure do. Okay. So, let me get right here to it. So, they specifically, one of the communications said, it was a unit level message that said, quote unquote, no fat soldiers. And then it says, there was just a lot, but let me just kind of get you. Oh, here it is. So there were clothing that said, quote unquote, make America great again. There were chain necklaces to faux credit cards that were labeled, quote, white privilege card with a colon, trumps everything, end quote. So that white privilege faux credit card was being sold on Fort Bragg when Donald Trump came to give a speech to, quote unquote, rally the troops. The Army has historically gone to great lengths to avoid even the appearance of partisanship. And this has just done away with hundreds of years of that practice. And this goes against all of the Pentagon rules and regulations about this type of interaction. And so I talked about this yesterday, talking about it today again. So if you just Google military.com, Bragg soldiers, and here's what it will tell you. Bragg soldiers who cheered Trump's political attacks while in uniform were checked for their allegiance and their appearance. So they were asked about their allegiance to Trump and to his messaging and to and their appearance, right? So they didn't want them to be overweight and they didn't want them to oppose his things, right? So there you go. And it's a big deal, folks. Go ahead, Judo. Oh, Mike, that was the boss. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I want everybody to understand the dog whistle and the quote-unquote white privilege card, right? Because we hear the race card all the time. There's some significance to that. You guys got to, and again, to Judo's point, they're just throwing that out there in a very small setting to see how that's going to be received.
Yep.
A white privilege card. They're always talking about the race card. So they're like, well, and they're looking to see who will receive it. How many did they sell in that small setting? How many people actually received it? It's another test bed. It's another litmus test, like Judo said, to see how many people will actually engage in that. So you guys need to read the entire article, like Danny said, but the detail matters.
Yeah, all of it matters. And so this is why when people say, why do Democrats or why do y'all always have to bring up race? We don't. What we do is we call it out when we see it. That's it. We're not bringing it up. So I listen, when we are talking about race, it is because we have seen something that is racist. We have seen something that is bigoted. We have seen something, right? Don't act like you don't hear the dog whistles. You do, right? Under Lee Atwater, it was real clear, right? In the 50s, it was the N-word straight out his mouth, right? Nigger. It was there, done. And what did he tell you? He said, well, by 1968, you can't say the N-word anymore. So then you have to say things like force busting and states' rights. And, even that isn't abstract enough after a while, right? So then you got starting about things that are like economics, like taxes and things like that. And even, and how no matter what, right, it puts the race thing on the back burner. But the reality is it hurts Black people worse than it hurts white people. And this is so for those of you all, is there anybody who is listening that is not familiar with Lee Atwater and what he said? So Lee Atwater was a prominent Republican consultant who worked for both Nixon and Ronald Reagan, worked in the Reagan White House. And the link to this interview is in my link tree. If you're not familiar with it, but it is called The Southern Strategy. And the question that he was asked was specific. how can Republicans win the votes of racists without appearing racist themselves? That was the question. And that was the answer. Now, what I'm not going to do is play it because I don't want TikTok to get my ass. But what I will do is let you read what he said. How about that? Y'all okay with that? Let me, I will let you read what he said. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen. I'm not going to play it because TikTok be getting me sometimes. So what I will do, yes, ma'am. Yep, you need help? All right, give me one moment. I will come help you, love. All right, so let me do this for you guys real quick. I will let you see what we are talking about. Hold on, Mila, Tutu's coming. All right, so this is Lee Atwater. Let me see if I can make this smaller for folks. Whoops. There. So this is Lee Atwater's 1981 interview on the Southern Strategy. And what I'm going to do is just scroll down here so that you can actually see the quote itself. And I'm going to put it right here for you. And I want you all to just sit with that for a moment, because this is exactly what he said while sitting in the White House working for Ronald Reagan. And this is what they said. And I want you to remember that this was specifically about this question: how Republicans can win the votes of racists without sounding racist themselves, right? So scrolling down here, and this is what he says. Now, the only thing that has changed is today, in the 1990s, this was super predators and thugs. So instead of N-word, it became super predators, it became thugs, right? That's what it became. And then, and now it has become DEI, critical race theory, and woke people, right? So now that's what it is. It's critical race theory. It's woke. It's that's all it is. So I need for you all to understand the game is still the same. They've just changed the language to fit the era in which we live. So I'm not going to act like this is something different. Yeah, so I will show you. He says you start out in 1954 by saying N-word, N-word, N-word. By 1968, you can't say N-word. That hurts you, backfires. So you say stuff like forced busing and states' rights and all that stuff, and you're getting so abstract. Now you're talking about cutting taxes. And all these things you're talking about are totally economic things. And a byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. Quote, we want to cut this is much more abstract, I'm coming, than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than N-word, N-word. Now that I have showed you the words, here's what I will do, because TikTok won't get me for doing this part. So give me a second. I'm going to flip this around. And now what I will do is you guys protect the live, talk about what you bought in the TikTok shop while I play the actual audio that goes along with the words that you just saw me highlight. You ready? Here we go. Give it 1 second and it's going to play.
Here's how I would approach that issue as a statistician or a political scientist, or no, as a psychologist, which I'm not, is how abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out, and now y'all don't quote me. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger.
Blank, blank, blank.
By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts your backfire. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract.
Whoops, sorry.
Cutting taxes and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things. And the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying we want to cut taxes, we want to cut this, and we want is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger, you know. So any way you look at it, race is coming on the back burner.
So for those of you who are asking me, the link to this audio and this article is already in my link tree. Okay. It's already there in my link tree. So if you go to my profile, you will see a link for my link tree. The link to this, if you, I believe there's a search mechanism on my link tree, at least there is for me, because it's pretty extensive. There is a link. I think you can search it or just like Control F, and you will find, and just type in nation or the nation, and it should be there, right? So I love that for you. I'm the reason you're going to pass your politics class. But listen, folks, this is why I think that people need to understand something. This is why you can never talk about politics, or I wouldn't recommend talking about politics without the acknowledgement and without the inclusion of the racial strategy that has always existed. If you deny the racial strategy, well, yes, Nance, I can very clearly explain to you why people of color can use the N-word to each other, because we don't use the N-word. We don't use the N-word, Nance. That's really the end of it. Let me be very clear. Black people do not say the N-word to each other. If you think that's what we're saying, you're not listening. The N-word is spelled Nigger. We don't say that word. We say Nigga, which is a different word with a different meaning. So that's the very first thing that I would say is we don't use it. Now, besides that, let me just take things a little bit further, just for more clarity. My favorite explanation of this, if you have followed me for a while, y'all know who I'm getting ready to play for you. Oh, I'm getting ready to play a little video for y'all. You can find it on YouTube. It is one of my, y'all know, Ta-Nehisi Coates. If you don't know who Ta-Nehisi Coates is, he is the modern day version of, most people will call him today our equivalent to James Baldwin. He's brilliant. He's amazing. He's incredible. And yes, he's controversial because he tells it exactly like it is with zero apology to anyone. But he was at this event where a white girl stood up in the audience, and specifically, she asked this very question about this. And I posted this years ago, and I reposted. Yes, we can get a TikTok shop sticker, Uka, sure. And so I'm going to let him explain it to you the way that he explained it to this girl in the audience, because it was perfect. And Cheryl, let me help you. Cheryl, let me help you with something. Ignotant is not a word, and offician is not the word I think you meant to type. This is on YouTube. Sorry, y'all. So ignotant, I think you're trying to say ignorant. So it's IGNOR, ignorant. So that's the RANT. Okay. And then I think you're trying to say African. So that would be AFR, African. So ICAN. That's how you do African. Craig Anderson. So no, sir, there's been no hearing about the court case in California at the appellate court level. The appellate court scheduled a hearing for on Tuesday. On Tuesday, you will discover whether or not the lower court ruling will be upheld or reversed. Right? So it's important to understand how the judicial process works so that you're not spreading incorrect information the way you are right now on YouTube. For fuck's sake. I'm not doing it. Yes, the boss.
That's why. Wait, before you play the video.
Yes.
You know, I want people to understand something. You're having this conversation, and if you notice, if everybody noticed when Danny played that clip, and now you're getting comments, people are very uncomfortable, but they have to understand something. And we talked about this the other day. Phantom, you probably know where I'm going with this. But white America, understand, all these dog whistles, they're not really doing it for us. We know it. They're doing it for you.
100%.
They're not doing it for us. We understand. Right? Listen, if any woman that has been pregnant, did you go ask someone that never had a baby for advice throughout your pregnancy? Did you do that? Like, that's not a thing. So when we talk about racism, stop poo-pooing it as if we don't understand it. We're the experts. The dog whistles weren't for us. They didn't change saying all of these tropes to pacify us.
Nope.
They did it to make you feel better because you didn't have to see it.
100%.
I just wanted to put that out there because people react to this stuff. It's like it's an affront to you, not us.
Correct.
And it's to make you feel more comfortable by calling us out of our name without being rectified or having consequences with saying it.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is why they say they don't see racism, right? I don't see. Yeah, because it's not. Because when it's in their face, then they're outraged. But when it says states' rights or when they say DEI, they're not doing it for us because we understand the translation.
So let me just say this. So Nance, I don't believe that you meant to pivot, but you did, right? So what you heard was out of the mouth of a man sitting in the White House. I need for you all to understand that in 1981, Lee Atwater was sitting in the White House. That interview was given in the White House when he worked directly for Ronald Reagan. And he was asked, right? He was asked, how can you guys get the votes of racists without sounding racist yourself? And he gave you the playbook, right? And instead of saying, wow, that's so shitty, instead of saying, damn, because I'm going to tell you what I thought the first time I heard that. I cried. I was mad. Y'all ever had angry tears? I had angry tears the first day I heard that. Because what I understood is that the country that my father had gone to serve and eventually lost his life for, and the country that my brother served and I served, had intentionally sat back and thought about how they could appeal to racist people to get their votes at our expense, regardless of the harm that it would cause us, regardless of the threat that it could put us under, right? That's what it was. And so when I understood that, it was like, damn, the country that I served intentionally is trying to harm me, right? But instead of focusing on the fact that the American government, the Republican Party deliberately, right, has a racist strategy against Black and brown people, your immediate response was, well, tell me why Black people can say the word. Tell me why people of color can say the word. First of all, why do I have to explain it to you? Why do you care if we say the word? Right? Because first of all, we don't say that word. But do you notice how rather than sit with the evidence that I showed you and the implications of it, you immediately to say, well, why do you get to do it? Follow that? Because it's uncomfortable. It is uncomfortable to acknowledge exactly what this country has done and continues to do. Right? Yes, baby. You want some what?
I want some monos.
Okay, give me just a second, okay? So what I'm going to do real quick is I am going to allow Ta-Nehisi Coates to explain this to you all the way that he explained it to a college auditorium. For you guys over here, I'm going to let you hear it. Yes, you guys know. But for you guys over here, I'm going to let you hear it and see it. Okay, so here we go. There we go. And I'm going to show you guys. His name is Ta-Nehisi Coates. He's brilliant. If you haven't ever read his books, you should read Between the World and Me. That's a great place to start. But I'm going to drop this down. Hold on, Mila, not so loud, baby, so they can hear. For those of y'all who don't know, these are my grandbabies that I watch while my daughter works 2 jobs. Yes, he is brilliant. So this is Ta-Nehisi Coates. You guys can see how to spell his name right here on words that don't belong to everyone, right? And this was 7 years ago. So I am going to, his books are fantastic. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this around because I don't want TikTok to get me. And I'm now going to play the audio. It is 4 minutes long, and it is 4 minutes that I believe everyone will benefit from hearing. So I hope that you do listen, okay? And then we can talk about it some more. You ready? Here we go.
Last week, Northwestern had this concert with Lil Uzi Vert. He uses the N-word profusely, like a ton. And there was an email sent out to students who went to this concert saying, you don't have a right to use this word, which I 100% agree with. Like, as a white person, I don't have any right. I haven't, until reparations are paid, until there's some sort of
and even reparations
back, there's no right. But what do you say to, I don't know what to do when I hear my friends using this word in a song. I don't know what to do when it's all the time.
Words don't have meaning without context, okay? My wife refers to me as honey. That's accepted and okay between us. If we were walking down the street together and a strange woman referred to me as honey, that wouldn't be acceptable. The understanding is I have some sort of relationship with my wife. Hopefully I have no relationship with this strange woman. When I was young and I used to go see my family in Philadelphia where my dad was from, they will all call him Billy. His name is William Paul Coates. No one in Baltimore called him Billy. And had I referred to my father as Billy, that probably would have been a problem. That's because the relationship between myself and my dad is not the same as the relationship between my dad and his mother and his sisters who we grew up with, right? We understand that. It's the same thing with words within the African-American community or within any community. My wife, with her girlfriend, will use the word bitch. I do not join in. I don't, say, hey, I don't do that. I don't do that. And perhaps more importantly, I don't have a desire to do it. You understand? A while ago, Dan Savage was going to have this show that he was going to call Hey Faggot. I'm not going to yell faggot at Dan Savage. That's not my relationship with the LGBT community. And I understand that, and I'm okay with that. I don't have a desire to, yell out the word, faggot. I just don't have that. The question one must ask, if that's accepted and normal for groups of people, we understand that, it's normal actually for groups to use words that are derogatory in an ironic fashion. Why is there so much hand-wringing when Black people do it?
Correct.
Black people are basically, however you feel about it, they're not outside of the normal rules and laws for humanity. I had a good friend who used to have this cabin in upstate New York, which he referred to as the white trash cabin. He was white. I would never refer to that cabin. I would never tell him I'm coming to your white trash cabin. I just wouldn't do that. I think you understand why I wouldn't do it. The question one must ask is why so many white people have difficulty extending things that are basic laws, of how human beings interact to Black people. And I think I know why.
Listen.
When you're white in this country, you're taught that everything belongs to you. You think you have a right to everything. You have a right to go where you, you're conditioned this way. It's not, because your hair is a texture or your skin is light. It's the fact that the laws and the culture tell you this. You have a right to go where you want to go, do what you want to do, be however, and people just got to accommodate themselves to you. So here comes this word that, you feel like you invented. And then somebody will tell you how to use a word that you invented. Why can't I use it? Everyone else gets to use it. You know what? That's racism that I don't get to use it. That's racist against me. I have to inconvenience myself and hear this song and I can't sing along? How come I can't sing along? You know what I mean? And I think, for white people, I think the experience of being a hip hop fan and not being able to use the word nigga is actually very, very insightful. It will give you just a little peek into the world of what it means to be black. Because to be black is to walk through the world and watch people doing things that you cannot do, that you can't join in and do, And so I think there's actually a lot to be learned from refraining.
So when I ran across that that video of him, it was absolutely brilliant. It's Ta-Nehisi Coates. That's who it is. And it is such a gem, is it not? I have shared it repeatedly on my socials for people to understand, right? Because words mean nothing without context, and words denote a relationship. We know that. We understand that. Those people that are from the South, right? That say that you call each other hillbillies, right? But you better not have no damn Yankee call you a hillbilly, right? Because within that group, there's a relationship that exists. And people within that group always call each other names that other groups of people would be derogatory. So this is Ta-Nehisi Coates, for those of you guys who want to know. And this is a book of his that I think is brilliant. But that's how you spell his name, Ta-Nehisi Coates. Is this particular video in my link tree? I think so. Oh, you want me to unmirror for a second? Let me take this off so you can read it. There. I don't know if I can unmirror you guys, but it's TANEHISI. That's Ta-Nehisi. And then Coates, COATES. Okay. All right. So, Nat said that was perfect. Great. And that's why I said I don't think that she meant any harm. And this is the place where, let me just say this. If I had heard her question and immediately shamed her or responded to her in a harsh or hateful way, it would have diminished the opportunity for everyone watching and participating to learn, right? And so that's why I said, I don't believe that you meant to do any harm. Yeah, Virginia Chase, listen, my mama texted me, said, your man, Ta-Nehisi Coates, is going to be on with Ari Melder. She said the same thing. She sent me a message because I do rave about him often, right? But the thing about this is that we have to get to this place where we do not demonize people from a place of hurt. Because let me just tell you, Black and brown people are tired of being asked. They're cooking. They're almost done. Yeah. So if you would like, Warner. So let me just say this. So listen, we are tired of being asked that question. Make no mistake, Black and brown people are tired of being asked that question because it's not asked of any other group, right? I hear members of the LGBTQ community call each other all kinds of those names within that community, but it's within that community and no one questions why they can't say it, right? But if I had responded to her in that way, then, I could have damaged the opportunity for everybody else to hear, right? And made her feel like, oh shit, it's not a safe space for me to ask questions. And I want to be a safe space for people to ask questions. When they are sincerely meant questions, when they're not people trying to be assholes, which you get sometimes, right? And so that's the reason why I said, I don't believe that you meant any harm, because I don't. Based on her interaction with our community, I don't believe that she meant any harm. And that's why I wanted to take that moment to follow it, right? Had she been Red G or somebody else asking that question, I'd have been like, the fuck you asking that for? Because I would know why they were doing it. But she wasn't doing it from that place. And that is why if we want people, oh, she didn't, she's your mom. See, Jamie? But it is, I will grant you that, Stark. Yes, ma'am. It is daily. It is, which is why oftentimes when I get off of social media, I don't get back on like arbitrarily. I don't get on and just watch people do things forever and ever because I'm already tired. I'm exhausted when I finish these things. When I spend 3 or 4 hours talking to people and rationalizing with people and talking about very heavy topics like immigration, where race will always come into play. When I talk about AB and reproductive rights, where sexism and misogyny is always going to come into play, right? Then those are going to be heavily emotional topics to discuss. And there's a lot of heavy lifting to do that. But here's my point is that a lot of people will say it's not my job. And I respect that. This is what I say to Black and brown people. If you cannot do that emotional labor without further traumatizing yourself, then do not do it. It is not your job. If you can do it without causing yourself any other harm, then by all means do it because we need more of it, right? Also, the more white allies that we have that step into this place, into this space that know how to do it, then it will lessen the burden of us. And that's the same thing when it comes to cis and heterosexual people stepping into the space to do the heavy lifting of LGBTQ plus people, right? It is always the group that is doing the oppressing. It is always their responsibility to do the lifting for the folks that are being oppressed. Always.
Hey, Danny.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you talk while I'm gonna turn you up just so I can get this girl's noodles out.
Yeah, get my baby girl's noodles. Earlier, I don't know if you guys, and this goes along the lines of the conversation that we're having. If you've been here in a while, you will remember that Danny was on. She was talking to someone in the panel, and they called her honey. Her immediate response was, "I'm not your honey," right? And he could have said, "Baby." He could have said, "Sweetie." All of those things are no-nos, right? And so we were having this conversation the other night. People have to understand that these conversations we have about race and about race relations and all those things, it's not made up. It's not something, who looks for, it takes a very special person to look for things in their life, and not only their life, the others around them, that's not actually factual or it's not based on experience. That's not a thing. So when you hear that reaction, people like myself, I look in the comments to see how people respond to that. And when you see people going, oh, they're sensitive, oh, they're liberal, oh, they're just being a victim, that tells us where you are when it comes to these conversations. You don't even have to say anything. So if the work needs to be done, as Danny said, and it doesn't trigger you, yeah, it's worth it, because the reality is some people don't even know what our experiences are or how deeply rooted into society that they are. So to further that point, why do you think this administration is working so hard to make sure that you don't know? Think about this. They're working hard to make sure that the American people in this day and age, in this time we're in, don't know about the actual history. Look how they're trying to strip it out. They're not stripping it out for us. We already know it. They're stripping it out so you don't get the opportunity to educate yourself and go, whoa, most of the things that I've heard in my lifetime about race relationships and race is a lie, and start to unteach that behavior. They don't want that. So they're not doing it for us. They know where the harm will come to us, but the messaging is not for us. It's for you. Isn't that why you reacted to Honey this morning?
100%. 100%. Because.
So I wanted you to dig into that.
Yeah, because, and then I'm going to get to Jen and them. And if I could just offer Paige, Mark, something, I would offer to you to use the word biracial rather than mixed. I'm biracial myself. When we talk about having something that is mixed breed, we usually think of animals, right? Dogs are mixed breeds. Cats are mixed breeds. Human beings are not. Human beings are biracial. And so I would just offer that to you. Okay. So the reason I responded to the honey the way that I did is because what I know is that this is, multiracial, biracial, whatever. What I know is that we live in a patriarchal society where words like honey and sugar and baby and darling and all of those things are used in a way to diminish the worth, the value, and the validity of the things that women say, right? And if you don't have the relationship with me to use the word honey, then I'm going to tell you, yeah, baby. Here, it's going to cool it off. Give it to me. Let me stir it for you real quick. I put the ice cube in there because the ice cube will cool it off so it doesn't burn your mouth, okay? She said, Tutu, there's an ice cube in it. And so it is meant to be, I know, it's going to melt. It's almost melted now. But the ice is so that it doesn't burn your mouth, okay, babe? Usually it's melted before you try to eat it. That's why. You don't know what's in there every day, girl. Every day. Okay, the ice is gone. See? No more ice. There you go. All right. So the thing about it is I understand when I have a male on this panel that wants to refer to me as lady, baby, any of those things. So you'll notice Donald Trump, when he wants to demean a woman, he'll say, you're a nasty lady. Y'all know he's heard that. How many times have you heard nasty lady, right? It is disrespectful. It's meant to diminish and devalue. That's okay. The women. And so for me, I want you to understand that I'm not going to allow you to speak to me in that way. I'm going to require that you give me the respect of calling me my name, right? Or you're not going to call me anything, right? Or you know what I mean? And so that's why my reaction was quick and immediate. The other day, I'm going to tell you something. The other day, I was on a black panel. I was in a black live. The boss, you might have been in there, or it might have been one of them crazy ass lives I followed you into. And won't again. But there was a black guy talking to another woman on the panel, and he kept calling her darling. Now, when he was talking to the men on the panel, he wasn't calling them anything like that, right? It was only this woman. Phantom was there, see? And so I spoke up and said, hey, I believe his name is Special K, which I'm not even going to, I could do so much with that, but I'm not going to. He kept calling her darling. And I said, that's not her name. Her name is not darling, right? You know, call her by her name. And literally all the black men on the panel were, oh my gosh, why you got to be so sensitive? He's not being disrespectful. He's not being They immediately could not hear the sexism and the misogyny behind calling her darling, right? And so this is my thing. This is when black men need to step in and get other men, right? Other men in line, because they're the intersectionalities of racism, sexism, all the things, they are there. But how much shit did they give me? They gave me so much shit. She can speak for herself and she could. But guess what? I'm doing it. And you don't have to appreciate it, but this is it. This is what it is, right? But that's how he kept referring to her. And I said, her name's not darling. Kenneth would no, this was Special K that day. Go ahead, Phantom.
From the South, that's still disrespectful, because when you do not call a person by their name, you're meant disrespect.
Listen, I'm from the South, and I don't do that because the person he was talking to ain't from the South. The person that he was talking to is not from the South, and neither was he. And so this is my point, you guys. Just because you're from the South does not give you a pass to say language, because here's the thing. Let's just say that you are the South. And someone makes a point to say, hey, listen, could you call her by her name? Because you don't have the relationship for that. Then all you got to say is, got it. I can respect your request. Being from anywhere is never a pass to disrespect someone else's wishes on how you speak to them. Right? It's just not. Because I'm going to tell you right now, so listen, we cannot take what is acceptable in certain communities in certain geographical locations and apply them to each other indiscriminately, because I can promise you there are a lot of you all that would be really fucking pissed if people called you what they call you from where they live. Seriously, it's not an excuse. It's just not. And if we're being honest, the South has been a place where women have been the most targeted. You can see that by just looking at healthcare laws. The South targets women. And part of the way you do that is by calling them something from out their name. You're geek. Dear God, could you be any more ill-informed? So the Supreme Court has not even heard this decision. That would be number one. Number two, the appellate court has not heard this decision. The appellate court will have its hearing on Tuesday. And all the appellate court has done until that hearing happens on Tuesday is paused the injunction done in the lower court yesterday. That's the way that judicial systems work. Okay. Holy jeez. Yep, all they did was stay the order. That's it. Good Lord. Yes, judges do. So holla or not. Yes, judge. I don't know if you're saying that they do have jurisdiction or they don't, but they do. So when you say that federal judges do not have federal jurisdiction, no judges have federal jurisdiction over a president, that would be incorrect. That's not accurate. I just don't understand why people don't understand. If nobody had any authority over the executive branch, we would have a damn dictatorship, people, and we do not. For a reason. No, I don't lie. Bless you. Here's what you can do, holla or not, is request to join the panel, and I will take immense pleasure in setting you straight.
I mean, like, define checks and balances. I mean, Jesus, you learned that from social studies, if you took social studies or something like that back in high school. Checks and balances, yes. There is a level of authority that each branch has over each other based on the circumstances at play.
Yeah,
you know, you can't have one branch just wilding out and just doing their own thing, and then there's nobody to say, hey, hold on.
Correct.
You know?
Correct.
You know, to the other point, you missed Danny talking about Supreme Court because it never happened.
Correct.
You missed it too. It's like, what are you like, Back to the Future or something, or From the Future or something?
Yeah.
Like, come on, get
it
back
hasn't
to the
happened.
DeLorean.
Yeah.
You know, put that flex capacitor in use.
Yeah, 100%. So holla or not, I'm inviting you for real to come join this panel. And if there's anybody that's a regular that would be willing for me to drop you down until I bring her up, please let me know.
I'll drop so you can handle business.
Okay.
I don't think she's prepared.
I don't think she will or not, but I'm gonna give it a whirl. Hold on.
I don't think she's prepared. She's not prepared to talk to a Republican. So.
Well, hold on. You stay up because you're a Republican. What you need, Phantom?
So you could drop me because you and Judo got her.
Okay, I got you. Thank you, Phantom. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. Where'd you go, Holla? I saw you get quiet. Don't get quiet now. Hold on. I really want to have this conversation with you. And the reason why I want to have this conversation is because you just came in hot. Yes, Brian Boyd, that was me that turned you on to the free Harvard courses. Yes. And they have one that starts, matter of fact, on the 25th about constitutional foundation. 100%. They sure do. I got plenty of time today. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Did you leave? Where's holla or not? Oh, look, there you are. So look, this is a boom. That's a straight invitation. Look, my TikTok says invitation sent, which means if you accept, you will pop right up to the top. Come on, holla or not. Would you like to have a conversation or not? Do you have facts or not? Are you brave other than behind your keyboard or not?
I got the over and under on the not, but that's just me. You can drive me out of the way. You can drive me, bring them up. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just saying, And see, the way that I would say that is this, or nah. I wouldn't say or not. I would say or nah. What you got? Where you at, holla? Come holla at me.
Holla at your boy.
Yeah, come holla at me. Me and Judo, we are more than happy to chit chat with you. No?
No.
Yeah, see, this is what happens. They get really, really brave in the comments. And then when you say, come on, let's have a, yeah, she ain't no holla back girl. That's what somebody in the comments said. Okay, so let me do this. So I'm going to talk to another veteran that is on the panel right now, Jen, and then I'm going to go to Elbach. I can't see all of your names. So, yeah, L, that's what I'm going to call you. And then I'm going to go to Starlight. You ready? All right, so Jen, what you got for me?
Hey, Danny, I got a couple things, and I'll try to make it as fast as possible.
Gotcha.
The race thing is something that in the last few years for me, I've really keyed in on because of some of the things that have happened to me when I've been out and about. And let me give you a little bit of backstory. I ended up with stage 3 cancer 6 years ago because of my service in Afghanistan and had to have a bilateral mastectomy done.
Mm-hmm.
And I am mask presenting as a lesbian. You can see me coming a mile away and I don't care. However, when I am out in public with my kids and I have someone say, quit trying to hide who you are disgusting and you don't know me, there's a huge problem. But I also try to teach my kids to not engage with that in a way that is going to attract more attention. I don't want them to feel that negativity when they don't need to feel that negativity. So my whole heart and chest is with the immigrant community, is with the Black and Brown community, along with what's going on in the military. It sickens me. It hurts me to the bone to see what he's doing to my brothers and sisters, that I've lost friends and family, and I lost pieces of me because of my service. I willingly signed on that dotted line to give up to and including my life for these people to have freedom, and they do nothing but drag me down as a gay person and as a woman.
Yeah.
I had a question for you about the order that was put out for the National Guard to go to California.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of reading about it a little bit last night, and the way that I read it, it did not specifically say order to California. It said order to support, I think, federal something anywhere needed. And I take that as if they're willing to do that in California,
well, that's
then they
because
would
they're
be
from
willing
California.
to do it in any other state. And what California did in this court hearing is what every other governor needs to be calling Gavin Newsome for and finding out exactly how he did it so that they can do it.
Hand me your phone.
Well, to clarify, the reason why it doesn't say go to California, because they're already in California. It was the California National Guard that was assumed control over. So It isn't like they took Arizona or some other state's National Guard and sent it to California. I think that was the initial understanding he was doing. Because when you see 2,000, you're thinking, well, he's only going to pull down from a few states. No, he took California. So I think that's why that's not in there. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, I also think that. So one of the things that I think is important about this, the lack of specification about even California, because so here's the thing, even if it didn't say go to California, what it doesn't say is units of the California National Guard. So like his order didn't even specifically address the California National Guard. Therefore, it could be interpreted as any National Guard in any state. She's right. Kinter Mama, the answer is no, I didn't see it. But here's the thing. This is why, again, this was a litmus test. So this was a litmus test to see when it happened in California, how would the courts rule? And then the other thing is to see what justification would the courts rule, to see if there's anything they can learn from that to modify for the next go round. This is what they did in 2018 under the Trump administration. And this is what they've always done. They do something, they know that it's going to go to court. They use that judge's decision to then revamp whatever they've done previously and give it another whirl to see if it passes this time. And so that's what they do. The bottom line is that it won't work in this because there's no way around how Title 12406 is written. Like there's no way around it. But that's how they try to look for legal loopholes in which they could enact it, whether it's not this time or later. Remember, they don't always care if they win this go round. They are playing the long game.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And let me just address this comment over in YouTube. Sean Stump. No, you are incorrect. When you say Trump can just send in troops from the main branches, that's no. And no, they can't take over the local government in California. I don't know if you understand that. Your statement is very confusing. So if you were going to say I think they should take over the local government, then you would need to be referring to Los Angeles, right? Because Los Angeles is the local government. When you say local government in California, there's lots of local governments in California, right? So I don't know if you mean state government in California or local government in Los Angeles, but they not the same thing. So the president of the United States does not have the authority to just send troops wherever he would like. That's why we have Congress. And he cannot federalize our troops that are under the governor's discretion unless he follows certain criteria. So I think, because you appear to be a MAGA or a Republican, I would think that you would understand state sovereignty and why that's important and why we just don't take over our state governments. Okay, Jen, back to you.
The only other thing I think people should be aware of is what happened in Bragg. If there's an investigation, there will be consequences for those soldiers, but it will be for the boots on ground soldiers. Yep. It will not be for the officers and the higher ranking. And you can see that in what happened in Iraq during Abu Ghraib.
Yep.
Nobody higher up was ever investigated for that. It was all the on the ground soldiers.
Yep, 100%. Yep, agreed. Is Hala or not still running her jaws? Or
I haven't seen her.
Okay, I just saw somebody responding, and so I wasn't sure. So, well, no, Marines don't. Okay, when you say Marines answer directly to the president, yes and no. It's not like yes and no, because there are certain things that require. That's why there are laws about this and how you can and cannot use, especially members of the armed forces on U.S. soil, right? And so yes and no. Okay. All right.
I'm good.
Yeah. Appreciate you, Jan. Thanks for hanging around, taking time, all the things. Appreciate you guys for subscribing. Starlight, thank you for your patience as well. Good afternoon. And what you got for me?
Good afternoon. Good morning here. Still. Just piggybacking on immigration. A lot of people don't understand that even though people don't understand that this is a melting pot, this is a diversity country where everyone comes and of different backgrounds and for different reasons. You need to understand that the Big Brother label that the USA has an impact in other countries because the USA goes, destroys, obliterates races, regardless of you knowing or not. And they don't give you the information that you're supposed to be given, but those people that are being affected are the collateral damage. And so they have to migrate, and they have, now that they're displaced, they have to look for some place to go, like it happened in El Salvador, right? So there is a lot of reasons why there's a mixture of people in the United States that claim the United States are their home base because they have immigrated here, they have established themselves here, they learn laws, they learn about the Constitution, everything. Probably Latin American people know more about laws than some people in the United States. The knowledge has to come out of necessity. right?
Mhm.
And because when you go through processes, immigration or whatever, you have to learn about history, about the United States, about what makes it. My problem now with immigration is all this chaos that this person is creating is just distractions from the real agenda. You have to remember that he is surrounded by people that have written Project 2025. And this is the real thing that is being established. Apartheid needs to be established, right? And people don't wanna acknowledge that it does. This is a racist agenda. This is segregation. This is discriminatory at its maximum level. Yes, the president does not have sovereignty over the legislative branches or the judicial branches. He's not an absolute power. That's why the other branches are there to, literally guardrail him. And we as a people need to understand that the divisive rhetoric is there for to do that. Division is what divide and conquer, right? And so when you're listening to people say this is not my cause, I'm not gonna fight, or this does not apply to me, I don't belong, in this fight or whatever, or how does it concern me? We're talking about human beings. And that's when I come in, human beings. When I fight for people, or when I'm into educating people about how you're supposed to act in the United States, the rules that you have to follow. Because I used to work with Catholic charities and IRCO, right? These are people that are misplaced and that they come from other countries, not just Mexico or Latin America. I mean, all over the world. And so when we accept these people we literally teach them, depending on where they land and what state, they need to learn about that state, and they need to learn about the laws in that state, and also about how the government works, and what their rights are, right? So this attack on the public by the GOP, we have to say that it's not the Marines that are attacking us, and it's not the armies, and it's not the powers of the United States of America that are against us. It's the GOP, literally, the ones that are pushing this rhetoric of the divisive rhetoric against us. So let's embrace ourselves. Let's educate ourselves. I really appreciate you. You're a smart woman, and you give fuel to all this goodness that I see. You give hope to people. So please continue on doing what you do. I really admire a person like you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I would agree with you that there's a bigger picture. I always make distinctions between what I think are real distractions versus what are parts of the plan that must happen in order for the bigger parts to come to fruition. So, for example, when Pete Hegseth and they make an announcement about renaming some military vessel that was named after a civil rights icon, that is meant to inflame people, and that to me is a distraction. Going into immigrant communities and the way that they're doing them now, or deploying the National Guard, I don't believe that to be a distraction. What I believe that to be is a test to see what legal resistance and what other resistance are they going to encounter, right, Mr. Barrios, Harvey Milk, right? And so I think that while there are things that are definitely distractions, I want us to make sure that we don't call everything a distraction, because anything that involves the military and anything that involves the court system, I don't believe is a distraction. I believe that it is a test and part of the process that they have to go through to see what legal maneuvers they can and can't make. And one of the reasons why I really focus on the legal side of things is because the federal courts are going to play a really significant part in how we're going to be in the next 3.5 years, right? And forward. And when you remember that we have organizations like the Federalist Society, whose sole existence is to select right-leaning lawyers and put them into positions of prosecutors and judges all across the country, like that is their sole reason for organizing, right? And when you understand that, then you know why under Trump's first administration he worked so diligently to get as many judges, federal judges, appointed as possible, and to change the Supreme Court in the way that he wanted to. And the same thing is true when Biden, that last little bit, he was pushing 100% to do the same thing, get as many federal judges appointed as possible, because our court system is going to be the final stop. So when we think about these three branches of government, we know right now we cannot rely on Congress to do its job because it is majority Republican. The GOP has control of both the House and the Senate. So until there's an opportunity to change that, right? That means the last system of checks and balances is going to be the court system. So we have to protect the court system all the way until we get to the midterms. And we get an opportunity as American people to change the dynamics and the makeup of Congress. Now, until that, the other part that people need to be doing is participating in your state and local elections, because ensuring that your state legislature is also balanced and doing what it needs to do to protect the citizens of the state is incredibly important. So until we get to the congressional midterms, it is important for people to be playing serious roles in their local and their state politics until we get to that place, right? So that's kind of the maneuvers that I want us to pay attention to. All of the other things, those are the distractions. But when it comes to the legal system, that is by design, and it's incredibly important for us to pay attention to what's happening there, and what's happening with our judges and our laws and that sort of thing. So I just wanted to make that distinction. But as far as Project 2025, yeah, but that's what's necessary. In order for Project 2025 to come to full fruition, you would need the courts on the side of the administration. And what we have seen so far is that regardless of who appointed those judges, because we have seen Trump appointed judges, Bush appointed judges, Reagan appointed judges, we have seen judges appointed on all sides that have held the law to back up the Constitution. And that needs to be what remains. So while you can't change what judges do, sending a thank you letter to a judge for upholding the Constitution ain't a bad idea. Reminding judges of their oath to the Constitution and their commitment to the law is not a bad idea. Supporting those individuals and taking a very necessary stance, not a bad idea. In fact, I would highly encourage it. And then in the meantime, we have to be busy getting behind the people that we need to put in office to right the wrongs that are currently taking place. Okay.
I want to point out that next Tuesday, the 17th, if that's the right date, Virginia primaries take place. So
they sure do.
If you're in the state of Virginia, you know, family member in the state of Virginia, this is your opportunity, especially if you got a Republican ticket and you got one that's a little wilding out, just out there making crazy ideas, and you have a more stable Republican. You might want to sit there and say, get the stable guy.
Yeah, and let me just tell you, so in Virginia, I will tell you this, every seat in the state of Virginia, in the Commonwealth of Virginia, is contested. Every state. And so this is the opportunity for people to let individuals know what we do not find acceptable. Let me tell you how serious this is. Donald Trump has gone so far as to absolutely threaten the city of Roanoke, Virginia, because it's a sanctuary city. They've threatened Roanoke, Virginia with its funding and all types of things because, the mayor is openly LGBTQ. And they are a city that embraces people from all walks of life. So it's not just the Northern Virginia thing, guys. It's the Southern Virginia. It's the Southwest Virginia thing. So early voting has opened as well in Virginia. And it's important. Your governor, your lieutenant governor, your attorney general, all of those seats are up and they are statewide seats. Do not let the attorney general race slip your view. Your attorney general is incredibly important. I want you to think about the 2020 election, okay? And I want you to remember the attorney general in Georgia, right? Brad Raffensperger, right? I want you all to remember the role that attorneys generals play in your state and the laws of your state. Okay, so yep, 100%, Candace. There absolutely needs to be some funding for Southwest Virginia. Yesterday, I had with me Lindley Thorne of Rural Ground Game. She is in Virginia. She has focused a lot on rural Virginians. For this election, they're doing phone banking. They're talking to people. They're giving people information about the proposed cuts to Medicaid and things like that. You can volunteer to help with Rural Ground Game. You can go to their website. You can 100% volunteer to help with phone banking and all of those things. Find the place where you can be of value and get to work. You've got New Jersey that is also a statewide election this year, along with Virginia. So I just wanted to throw that out there and remind everybody as well. But Starlight, 100% and great points that you made. Appreciate you. All right, so I'm going to do this real quick. I'm going to bring some other folks up. When I bring you up, do me a favor, put yourself on mute until I can get to you. We're going to be around for about another 40 minutes or so, okay? And put yourself on mute until I get to you. Pretty please. And well, Sean Stump, you're entitled to your opinion, but it's a great thing that your opinion is not law. Sorry. Okay, so real quick, let me go to Big Peter. Good afternoon, and what you got for me?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak at this moment. First and foremost, I just wanted to tell you in particular, I really appreciate your open and honest discussion. You have been a light, a shining light to everyone here who is actually probably just learning for the very first time what's going on. I can just tell you a little bit. Let me quickly say a little bit about my background. I'm a constitutional lawyer, a trial lawyer here in Los Angeles. I currently live in downtown Los Angeles, and I'm in the curfew zone. I have been stuck at home. When I say stuck, I mean stuck. Everything outside is smashed up, graffiti, whatever. I'm staying in here with my kids. I have 10. So for me, I'm a busy guy with these kids here, plus my job that I have to keep. The wonderful thing about my job is that I'm able to work from home. And the other part is that I also work for a very powerful law firm. And we were part of the team that went up to San Francisco yesterday to make sure that my dogs have decided to bark. I'm sorry, give me a minute, because I have everything's computerized in my home, so I have.
Be quiet.
See, the computer telling them to knock it off. Essentially, I'm sorry. Apologize. That's what happens with us Silicon Valley guys. That's what we have. Anyway, long story short, I was part of the team that argued the case before the district court in San Francisco. So that was great to be a part of that. And unfortunately, we're also going to have to return back on Tuesday to argue the case before the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. That's not going to be a problem. We're definitely going to win. A 36-page order that came from the judge is not going to be ignored. I'm sorry. And Breyer, I'm lucky to say also that of the many times that I've argued at the United States Supreme Court, I knew his brother. His brother, Stephen, was a Supreme Court justice. Yep. And I knew him very well, and I know Sonia Sotomayor very well. And, I'm heavily entrenched in the Democratic Party, proudly saying that. But I'll say this, we're not going to lose. California is never going to lose. And every single time that Trump wants to come to California and stomp on us, guess what? He's going to get stomped back, because we're not going to put up with it. We are the fourth largest
GDP in the world.
And not just the United States, but in the world. So And I loved it when Gavin, and I know Gavin too. I went to his weddings. I've been to 2 of his weddings. Anyway, long story short, Gavin immediately told the president in no uncertain terms, "Oh, you want all that? Guess what? We're going to hold back on our $80 billion that we give you every year, not just a few times, but every year. We'll just hold back on that because you don't need it." And guess what? All the red states in the South are going to go hungry because we support all of it. So for all of them to open up their mouths and tell us all kinds of crap and tell us all kind, they have the utter gall to stand on their own 2 feet and tell us that we are such bleeding heart liberals that we don't deserve this, that, and the other. You know what? Don't bite the hand that feeds you.
100%.
Don't do it. Don't do it because we will always win.
So let me tell you this. So you are saying some of the things that I have been saying for a minute. So let me just share. I'm going to share my screen. So I played the clip that you're talking about when Gavin Newsom said, really, we give you $80 billion. We give you back more than you give us. So maybe if you want to threaten, we'll just not give you the money, right? But let me just show you what he's talking about. So when we talk about dependent states, I want y'all to look at the colors of the states. The lighter colors indicate the least dependent on the federal government. The darker colors indicate those that are very dependent on the federal.
I don't see the image you're making reference to, but there it is. It just came up.
Yeah. So this is from Wallet Hub, right? And so it's a discussion around the most and least federally dependent states in 2025, right? And when you go down here and you look, it actually tells you who is the most and least dependent, and it ranks them, right? So California, in terms of dependency, is 49. There's only one state less dependent than California on the federal government. But it also tells you the rank for the residents and then the overall state government rank, right? And so as you can see, he's correct. When you talk about California is not dependent. When you get on over here into Tennessee, when you get into South Carolina, 5, right? Get into West Virginia and Virginia. Look at that. West Virginia, Kentucky.
Go into Mississippi. I'm just curious.
Yeah, we can get on down here 4th. 4th, right? And I mean, it's just absolutely amazing when you start to look at exactly what we're talking about. Now, let's get into Illinois. Y'all don't like Chicago. I bet you like Chicago money, though, don't you? I mean, Colorado, y'all mad about their AB laws, right? I'm just telling you. So I'll put this in the link tree, you guys. I had this pulled up. I was going to go over it yesterday before all the other stuff started. I'm not going to go through all damn 50 states, y'all. See how y'all do? Y'all do this every time I show you a map. I will put it in the link tree for you to look up your states yourself. But literally, I said the same thing. And what people don't understand about LA, my daughter lives there. And I was saying, you guys, this is like downtown area is one. I don't think that people really understand how large LA is and what a small area that this is confined to. I'm glad that you're here, though, to be quite frank, because I've had people argue with me about how Title 10 supports him. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. As a matter of fact, it does the opposite. But yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
And just for context, Los Angeles is 500 square miles. Okay, it's huge. There are more people here in the city of and county of Los Angeles than there are anywhere else in any large state or any large city. I mean, there's close to 40 million people here. So no way. There's no way that we can't support ourselves, and there's no way that anybody should be running their mouths about us either.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the last thing that they should be doing.
Yeah, people don't understand what California contributes to the country overall, but that's because they listen to people that give inaccurate information. People don't understand per capita when you talk about the number of people that might be homeless in California or LA or San Francisco. Do you know how many people live there? When people talk about 20 million people that Biden supposedly just let in here, and I'm like, yo, that's half the state of California. Where the hell you think they live in? We don't have 20 million. That's not a thing. It did not occur.
That's true, and they're all here in Los Angeles, by the way. And I advocate for the homeless and the underserved and the undocumented. I currently cook. I get up at 3:00 in the morning to cook a breakfast for about 100 people. I do it every day. My kids and I do it. Luckily, my kids are adults. They're not children.
Right.
So I'm lucky that's how that is. And I'm married to I was married. I'm no longer married to this Mississippi girl, but let me tell you something. That was a shit show to begin with. And I hate to say it like that because I know you don't want anybody cussing, but that's how it was.
Oh no, I cuss. You're fine. You're fine cussing.
They didn't like me at all because I'm not Southern Baptist. So anyway, away from her, what I'm saying is that at least here in California, we have the resources to provide for everyone. We have it for everyone, and that's the reason why we have such a huge influx of homeless folk that are coming here from other states. That's why they all come here, and not just because of that. The weather too is agreeable. You know, it's not super scalding hot.
Give me 1 second. Colin Burns, before I hit this block button, fuck you hard. Bye.
What was that all about?
I don't do, because he commented she was the man in the relationship. I don't do any sort of slurs or homophobia, or I don't do any of that shit. I don't do it. Like, I will take out the trash immediately. So, and cuss you out on the way.
Much respect to that.
Yeah.
Respect.
Yeah, we don't do that.
That's how
here.
you gotta be sometimes. You just gotta call it for you gotta call it.
I'm not doing that. You can disagree with me. We can have discourse, all of those things, but you won't do that. Like my nephew is gay. My cousin is trans. I can't, and I won't let you do it regardless of who it is. I don't let people do it to I don't let them come in here and call Donald Trump supporters maggots. Like, I don't do that either, because I'm not doing it. The thing is this: we're going to have respectful conversation. If we don't, I'm going to match your energy. And if it's like disgusting like that, I'm just going to go ahead and boot you right off the bat, because you're not here for any real purpose. You know what I mean? And so I'm not going to do that. But you know, this is what I was explaining to people about Title 10, because I've got a dude right now trying to argue with me on YouTube who doesn't know how to read, or the 14th Amendment, by the way. I love your Constitution, because what I try to tell the guy about the 14th Amendment is you have to understand what a period means and what a semicolon means in a sentence. If it says you can't do this to citizens, and then there's a semicolon and it says, nor can you do this to any person, those are two separate independent clauses that mean I'm talking about two different groups of people. So that means any person gets due process, because that's what the sentence says. But there are people that think they don't.
And you know what? I'm so glad that you mentioned that. And then I'll just make my final point here, because I know that others want to speak and you're on limited time. But very quickly, that is one of my pet peeves right now, is that I hear from a lot of people, even here on TikTok and Facebook and so on, that they don't think it's their battle. They don't think it's theirs to stand up and defend anybody else. But you know what I say to that? How dare you say that? If you're an American citizen and you're watching what's being done to other human beings, don't you have a soul? Don't you have any kind of morality?
Yeah.
Don't you have any belief that everyone is entitled to due process no matter what?
Yeah.
No matter what, everyone is entitled to it, period.
And the courts have ruled that. Yes.
As an American. And it's not just that. Even under the 14th Amendment, you're granted like the rights, and the 5th Amendment too, you're granted rights to due process.
Yep.
And just because you're on American soil and you may not be here under legal terms does not mean that automatically turns you off to being someone who is less than.
Yep.
I disagree with that 100%. And anybody who thinks that they're better than anyone, you know what? F off. I say F off. And I'm just being nice and clean here, because I can tell you, when I'm in court and I'm arguing, those judges hear it. I have no filter.
As they should. But this is my thing. So, you know, this is what people don't understand. And I walked somebody through the 14th Amendment the other day. I think I put a clip of it up on my TikTok today, right? And I was like, no, do you understand? This is what a semicolon does. This is what, and he was like, well, you can try. And he literally said, oh, well, you can talk grammar. You can talk grammar if you want to. And I said, do you understand that grammar is important when you are interpreting the law? Punctuation is important when you are interpreting the law. And I'm not an attorney, but I got enough common sense. Hold on here. Somebody's mad at me. My live does not contain the content mentioned. Somebody tried to say we were bullying on here. Not a thing. We weren't doing it. So anyway.
I don't think so.
No, I know we weren't. It's just somebody who's a Trump person who's mad at me, which is fine. They can do that if they want to. TikTok knows I don't do those things, and it was probably Holla. I don't care who it was. It's not going to work. But yeah, so people need to learn to read. And to your point, this is what I tell people they don't understand is that these cases will set precedent. And if they can determine that any person doesn't have due process, eventually that can apply to you.
Absolutely. And I tell, I had this huge discussion with this unfortunate woman last night who was just like turning everybody off because she's a member of the Black community, and she was making it very clear that Blacks have no place in this fight. And they have no reason to stand up for it. And I said, and I was just very cordial to her. I said, you know what? You must have a good sense of security and a good sense of everything, and in fact, entitlement, that you can think that you're not going to be stopped, that you're not going to be profiled, that you're never gonna have to deal with due process issues. You know what she did at the end when I finished that? She clicked on me and kicked me out because, of course, I was telling her the damn truth.
Right. But so this is my thing. I can understand if there are brown people that don't want to be out on the street because you feel like it could not be safe for you. That doesn't mean you don't participate in in protecting that particular group of people. Right. It doesn't mean that you don't find a way to be involved. It doesn't mean you don't write letters to the editor. It doesn't mean you don't contact your congressman. It doesn't mean you don't, like, there are lots of ways to be involved. But to think, I just need for everybody to understand, it is all of our responsibility to protect every marginalized and vulnerable group, because
absolutely correct.
The key is this: if you're not white and cis forward, hetero forward, white male with a shit ton of money, you in the same boat as us, right? If I'm just telling you,
yes,
that's as real as I can be with you. If you are not white, cis, hetero forward, rich male, right? You are in the same boat as everybody else. That's it. They will come for you.
Simple. That's it. And finally, and this will be my last statement because I know you got to go, but I'm running for Congress here in downtown Los Angeles because we need to unseat the person who is currently our congressman who doesn't do a damn thing. He's here to collect a paycheck rather than do his job. And so we're going after him, and my campaign is going after him heavily. So if anybody is a Los Angeles resident, and especially here in downtown Los Angeles, please vote for me. I could use your vote, and I could use the help at getting the voice around. I meet with people. I'm what they call, I'm saying ronco. Ronco in Spanish means like I'm hoarse. My voice is hoarse because I've been doing all these interviews every effing day. I'm just like tired of talking. But this is the final note. Thank you for your time. Thank you for this platform. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today and to others who are listening. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you are welcome. So people are asking, what is your name?
Oh, I'm J. Peter Del Valle.
J. Peter Del Valle. And Michael DeBoss had one question for you before you go.
What's that?
How you doing, Peter?
Hi.
I had a question. So with all of the True Social posts, and I know you guys said you guys are taking that case, or you've taken that case to court. Do those posts come into evidentiary, or could those be used against them?
It will definitely be used against. So it will come in. It will come in.
And I'm talking about the stuff from yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you explain to the people how that works based on what was said and how that's applicable to the case? If you don't mind.
Yes, of course. I mean, that's called the evidentiary record is very clear. When you make an excited utterance, as they call it, or a statement that is made in public, you have no expectation of privacy. Correct. So guess what? Shit like that is going to come out, and it will come out and bite you in the ass real hard. I'm sorry to use expletives, but it will.
Yep. And I'm here for it. Yeah. So people thought I was nuts when I said, listen, the LAPD putting out that news release, thanking everybody for a peaceful day on June 7th, like at the end of the day. And it's the same day that Trump said everything was horrible and federalized the guard. That timeline does not work to his advantage. You know what I mean? When people say things, excited utterances, Michael, do you want to tell them the excited utterance that you're referring to?
Yes, when Donald Trump was referring to how the farmers and how the leisure industry is being impacted because they have employees that have been employed for 20 plus years. They're good people and their families are good, and how we're hurting the industry, and that we have to do something different. To me, I think that it undermines all of the immigration, all of the deportation and the claim. That was my thought, and we talked about it earlier, but I wanted to get somebody in. God bless you for coming on and being someone that's actually handling the case. I don't know how that happens in today's day, but it's also a blessing to even have you speaking to it. So that was what we were speaking of. And I just don't understand. My logic says, by him saying that, what is all this about to begin with?
Sir, Michael, I'm sorry. Let me just speak to this very directly. Let's call a spade a spade. Trump is a fucking liar, and we all know it. And he's been a liar since his breathing moment, I'm sure, just like his father was. So here's the bottom line. The bottom line is that you just can't come in and say that you're going to do this, that, and the other, and think you're going to be running it, because you're not a dictator. You are a president that was duly elected, unfortunately. Right. But whatever it is, we're going to get rid of his ass, and he'll be gone soon. And so will all his power, because the power that he currently has right now is because he has both houses of Congress. Two idiots, the Speaker of the House and the Speaker at the who's running the Senate. Idiots both. And trust me, we're gonna take care of them this coming November. And I'm so glad that Mr. Judo Guido made reference to Virginia, because Virginia will be a test ground for getting rid of all the Republicans. Because trust me, there's no one there that is going to go for Trump and anything related to Republicans based on everything that's going on right now. And for him to say, we have to make a separate, statement for the people who are, workers in all of the hospitality and the industries that are related to that, and in agriculture as well. Guess what? He's an effing hypocrite, and we know it. And he got calls. We know it for a fact. He got calls from all of these industries yesterday saying, hey, we can't replace these people. Can't replace these people. We're going to go broke. We're going to lose out. And guess what? We're going to be the ones standing there telling you, you know what? We told you so. We told you so, you asshole. You should have listened to us. And then for those out there, cynics that are out there saying, oh, they're coming to this country and they're stealing our jobs. You know what? Get the fuck out there and go pick me some lettuce right now, because I'm hungry. Right. So,
it's not a thing. And this is what's crazy is I saw an article today from a white woman in Ashland City, Tennessee. I'm originally from Tennessee, and she was upset because her husband, who has been here for 24 years, who is undocumented, they got pulled over. They have 3 children together. He works, provides for them. He supports her, got her to go get her GED, is supporting her while she goes through nursing school, like all the things, right? This is a guy who works, comes home, takes care of his family. That's it. They got pulled over with the Tennessee Highway Patrol doing quote unquote DUI stops, right? And the guy came and talked to her because she was driving. Her husband was in the passenger seat. She hadn't had anything to drink, provided license and insurance. He said, you're good to go. And they happened to be cooperating with ICE. ICE saw her Hispanic husband in the passenger seat, had them pull over. He has now been deported to a country that he has not been in 24 years. I'm dead ass serious. She's crying, talking about how they've lost everything. She said, I thought that they would just run his name, see that he's never committed a crime, and then we would be allowed to go because Trump said he was just going after criminals. Girl, no. And so now she's devastated, talking about how she's lost everything. Absolutely. And she said it was because of the color of his skin. And yeah, well, hello, we tried to tell you all before it happened, right? But now y'all crying because the people in your life that you love, that you thought were going to be safe, you now realize that brown skin is brown skin, and that's it. So yeah, Jane Eddy, she was a Trump supporter. That's why she said, we thought it was going to be ABCD. And let me just tell you, Kitty, shut up. You saying he's a criminal. Girl, it is a civil penalty to enter. It's like a damn misdemeanor. It's the same thing as getting a speeding ticket. So I don't want you to tell me shit about he's illegal. Shut up. You probably got people in your family that have done worse shit than somebody who entered this country illegally. And he's probably paid more taxes than your ass has your whole life. I'm so tired of hearing that shit. He's illegal. He's a criminal. No. I need you to talk about real criminals, because if you really want to talk about the people in this country that commit violent crimes, hint, it ain't immigrants.
That's right. Here.
Yeah, 0.0029% is how many immigrants commit violent crimes.
That's it.
So, yeah.
And quite frankly, the immigrants have no incentive to be criminals, to be honest with
you.
No,
because
they just want to get their goddamn citizenship or green card or whatever to remain here, because life here is way better than it is wherever they came from.
Right. And the bottom line is, many of them, they don't get here with 20 grand to become a citizen, which takes 10 damn years anyway. Like, I just need for y'all to hush, because you don't understand the process. When y'all say they need to come here legally, you don't even know what the legal pathways are. I can ask y'all every damn day. Do you know what I had somebody tell me the other day? Well, it's whatever the real, like wherever they got to go to come in, and they go through the proper channels. I said, what's the proper channel? She said, I don't know. I mean, when my ancestors came, it was Ellis. I don't really know where they have to go now, but like they just need to go. And I said, well, can you tell me what they are? Do you know? No, you don't. Do you know 8 USC 1158? No. You know, when you want to talk about what they do and don't get, can you tell me what 8 USC 1611 says? Because I can tell you they don't get federal benefits. Do you know how much they paid in local, state, and federal taxes? No? Okay, then shut the fuck up, because you don't know enough to talk about this.
Miss Denny, I can offer you a job on my campaign. I could sure use someone smart and right on point.
Don't tempt me. I told you my daughter lives there. She'd be trying to get me to move to out there anyway.
Come on down.
I did follow you though. Right. Dad joke said don't tempt her, but I did follow you. Thank you so much for coming. You're welcome back at any point in time. You want to come in and talk about the issues about LA. I do have a podcast as well. So like not just this, but I do have like a regular podcast.
I will come back on Tuesday after the arguments are over at the Ninth Circuit, because I need to be able to talk about that. Good or bad, I will talk about it, because you know what I am? I'm always transparent. I'm always honest. I'm always going to say it as it is.
Let's do that. Yeah, I will see you on Tuesday. I will be here, and we will be looking forward to you.
Right on. I'm going to jump off.
All right.
But I want to thank you, and I want to thank all the panelists who put up with me. Michael, Judo, everybody. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
Again, I hope I didn't, misrepresent anything or disrespect anyone.
Nope,
my,
you're good.
My intent was never that. My intent was always just to be clear.
Yep, you are fine. You're great. Appreciate you, Peter. We'll see you on Tuesday.
Thank you. Take care of yourselves. God bless.
You too. So this is the thing.
Land the attorney. Exactly. I didn't hear. That fought the case that got Breyer.
Yes, one of the attorneys that argued the case before Breyer yesterday just left the panel.
That's wild.
That's great shit, right? It's super great, right? And this is the thing.
Go to MAGA Live as a donut eater, trying to change a spare tire. Like, fuck.
It's great. And this is the thing that I love about this, right? Right. And then somebody said, and then ask Denny to work with him. Y'all saw my whole face, right? This is where I just, yeah. So here's the thing. Here's what I love about this. I love because I'm not a lawyer, right? I'm not. I don't even play one on TV. But I do read, and I do read to comprehend and all the other things, right? And so you saw my whole face. Riley, we're not even going all the way over there. Listen, I ain't got no time. But anyway, here's what I will say is that it was great to hear someone who is a lawyer, who is a constitutional lawyer, who helped argue this case in court yesterday, say, yep, you're right. Yep, you're right. Yes, you're right. Rolo was just on here 2 days ago, Candy Kiss. He was just on here 2 days ago talking about immigration law with us. So I do love that. That was amazing and incredible. I do want to try to get to some more people on the panel real quick. So Deborah, what you got for me this afternoon? I don't know if you meant to request up or not, but if you did, what you got?
You can drop me down, Sister Maximum.
Okay. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I am fantastic. If you can't tell.
I didn't mean to get up, but I like to listen to you guys. I like to listen to Michael and Stacy and all of them that they know a little bit more than I do. And I tried to learn, and I'm glad that you put everything on Linktree, even though I haven't got in there and printed what I really want to print yet. But I plan on doing that soon. But I do appreciate what you do for me, and I do appreciate the fact that even though some people can't gift you and things like that, you still say to us, the ones who tap for you and things like that you still appreciate us, right?
I do.
Because right now with my situation, I'm unemployed. I'm 64 years old, trying to find another job. So I can't do those things. But if I can tap for you, if I can, just hit the red button on the red heart on the top, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah,
I do appreciate.
I mean this sincerely. Somebody had talked to me and said that they were that they apologized for not being able to participate when my subscribers gifted me for my birthday, and I said you don't have to.
Oh yeah, I did too. I felt bad too.
But this is what I told them. I said, listen, I appreciate, and this is real talk. I appreciate. Because here's what and this is just my belief system. Okay, so here's what I believe. I believe that a desire to gift me monetarily moves with the same impact and energy as the monetary gift, right? So I believe that it's the same thing like as the woman. So like y'all know I was raised Southern Baptist, right? And you remember the woman in church and she tithed and all she had to tithe was like 2 coins or something like that, but it was literally all she had. And then the rich people were tithing less than their 10%. And there was a conversation about that. And about the meaning of what you give. So like sometimes I see super celebrities that are worth like millions upon millions upon millions of dollars, and they donate like $50,000 to a charity, and people are like, "Oh, that's so great," and I'm like, "That's like a damn dollar." Like, right? And so it is the widow's mite. Thank you, Stacy. And so for me, I value people for showing up for me. Views, likes, shares, the joining the team coin thing every day, the TikTok gifts, the Venmos or the Cash Apps, all of those things I appreciate equally because it takes all of those things for me to have a successful platform. If all everybody did was like Venmo or Cash App, TikTok would be like, bitch, you ain't helping me. Right? TikTok would be like, nah, you're not nothing for me. But I appreciate because I know what it is to struggle. I know what it is to struggle. And so for me, I want you to, I do value absolutely everybody and the roles that they play in the success of this platform, because I couldn't be here without everybody.
Like I'm always signing up for one of your
workshops
and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And what ends up making me not being able to do the lesson is because I have my grandson, because I babysit for my grandson like you do your grandkids to help my daughter out.
100%.
She really has me to help her. You know what I mean? So
I do.
Eventually, I hope to get in one and not be disturbed. But
listen,
I don't know that's gonna happen.
Even if you miss it, right? So like I'm going to do one next Tuesday. Even if you miss it, when you go to YouTube, I'm behind. I need to put some more up there. But the first couple of ones that I did, they are on YouTube. And if you miss it, you can go back to YouTube and you can watch it there.
Okay.
Yep, they are there. I make the workshops available for free, available to anybody, whether they are subscribers or non-subscribers. And then I try to get them up on YouTube afterwards. So yeah, but I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Danny. It's nice talking to you.
Yeah.
You can drop me down.
All right, you too. All right, so let's do this. Let me do Abundance Abounds. Good afternoon, and how are you?
I'm well, and thank you for having me. I listened to you for the first time 2 days ago, and I thought, all right, this lady has her head on straight. I just appreciate the way you present and the information that you give in just factual, truthful way. With that said, I'm concerned. I'm concerned that, we're dealing with a force that is very disciplined, very loyal, if not to him, then to their end game. And, if history teaches us anything, whether it's the Reichstag fire, whether it's what Putin did during his election process, Whether it's some of the things that we saw during the summer of the George Floyd protests, with finding out that most of the violence was initiated by individuals within YT supremacist groups.
Correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
There is, and I said it before when it came to the election and the possibility of bad actors, foreign states doing things to make the Biden administration look bad. I think Israel did its part. I think Russia did its part, right?
Yep.
So my concern is the same when it comes to the next couple of months, year or more,
Mm-hmm.
is that with a handful of highly dedicated individuals, there are things that bad actors can accomplish that are absolutely terrible and can change the face of a country and precipitate that in ways that we can't even imagine. That's my concern. Walk me off the ledge.
Got you. We can do that. So this is what I have said about the path forward and what I believe the path forward to be. I believe it has to be a multifaceted movement, right? So what is required is for us to become as disciplined as the other side. They have always played chess. See you later, Stacey D. And there have been others that play checkers. And so what we have to do is focus on what we can control. And this is, y'all, I'm getting ready to do the demonstration we always do. Y'all ready? So if you saw me the other day, you might not have ever seen me do this. So one of the things that I tell people, because we have to understand that if you think about the big parts of it, it can be overwhelming, right? When you start to think, I'm grabbing a piece of paper, so just ignore me for a second. When you start to think about the overall picture, it can be overwhelming. If I want to think about how can I end racism, that's huge. And it seems overwhelming and like there's nothing I can do about it. How do I stop homophobia and transphobia? It's huge. What can I do about it? How do I stop the Trump administration and all of those things, right? And we can't do all of those things. So this is how I talk to people about this. And this is how I ground myself. Okay. So the first circle that I do, that I think about, this tiny little circle right here, this is circle number 1. And in this circle is everything that you can control, right? And we do. I'm going to get it. I tried to remember it the other day and I forgot. So everything that you can control. So abundance abounds. The things that you can control are you, your thoughts, your energy, your actions, how you spend your time, who you talk to. Those are the things that you can control. You. That's about it, right? The only other people we can control are toddlers or babies, and we can't oftentimes control them, right? So that's circle number 1. The second circle, which is circle number 2, and it's lopsided because I'm drawing quickly. Circle number 2 is the circle of influence. For me, that is not only my family, my friends, but it's also TikTok, and it's also Facebook, and it's also YouTube, and it's also people that listen to my podcast. And so I focus on my circle of influence because that's what I can control. And how can I best manage my circle of influence? I can expand it by offering free workshops. I can expand it by putting together that link tree and making it accessible to absolutely everybody, right? I can expand it by putting together lots of resources for people and things that they can post on their social media and share with friends and family, right? So I can make my circle of influence really, really big. My circle of influence grows when I write letters to the editor. It grows when I contact my congresspersons. It grows when I go to protests. It grows when I network with other organizations. It grows when I donate to the ACLU, right? Because those are places where I have influence. NPR, PBS. These are the places where I have influence. Everything else, my friend, is circle number 3. Everything else is circle number 3. Okay. So if I focus on what I can control and influence, and I spend 80% of my time, my energy, and my emotional currency on that, I will find that I have almost no time to think about the possibilities of what the bad actors might do. I would rather spend my thoughts about what are the potential fruits of my 80%. I would rather focus on the positives and the wins and where they are. I understand what's out there. I'm not in denial about that at all. But I understand that whatever we put emotion into, whatever we put energy into is what grows. So I want to focus it on the goodness and the work that we are consistently doing, because here's what I know. Circle number three yesterday was in Judge Breyer's circle number 1. Right? Yesterday, that court decision was my circle number 3. I couldn't do shit about it, but it was in Judge Breyer's circle number 1. Right? And that's the way that I have to look at it. The places, the things that are in circle number 3, they are in someone else's circle number 1 who feels and thinks and believes just like I do in human beings and in humanity and in rightness and in the Constitution and, all of those things. So when I think of it like that, and I understand that I cannot control and influence everything, but there are other people just like me in the positions that can do those things, then it allows me to not be overwhelmed by the thoughts of the possibilities. If I want to focus on possibilities, I'm going to focus on good possibilities. I'm going to imagine great things. I'm going to believe in those things and not spend my time focusing on those folks. Okay, well, tell her. So that's my recommendation. I know what's out there. The other thing that I do as well is I don't say that I'm scared or that I'm fearful. I am absolutely concerned, and it's not because it's not that scary things aren't happening. It's just that I understand the power of emotion, right? So the more intense our emotion is, the more energy that comes with it. And fear can be very, very powerful. It will either cause you to take action, or it will paralyze you, or it will make you run away. But I know that there's one emotion that is stronger than fear, and it's not love. It is hope. It is hope. Hope is so much bigger than fear. Hope opens up the door to possibility, and it does all kinds of things. And I'm going to give you like a really silly example of this, but I'm a Hunger Games girl. I don't know how many of you guys have seen the Hunger Games trilogy, but I have. And if you remember President Snowden, he's talking to the game maker because he's upset about him allowing Katniss to become give the people hope. And this is what he says. He said, listen, a little hope is fine. A lot of hope is dangerous, right? A lot of hope is what makes the people effective. A lot of hope is what changes the tide.
And don't you kind of feel, well, I kind of feel like the whole, this past, what has it been now, since 2008, so what is that, 13, 14, however many years, has been a huge sociological experiment within this country between the force of hope, right, and the force of fear. Yep. Right? Yep. Hope and change. Yes. And we came out and we believed it. Yep. Not only did we believe, we invested outside of just the election, right? And what we did within our communities, it galvanized people in a way that I think the powers that be, if you believe they exist, said, whoa, you just did exactly what President Snowden did. You gave these people way too much hope. Yeah. Got to rein that shit in. Yep. Yep. And that's where we're at. Yeah. And that's where we're at. And so I think that people need to understand, this is what I believe about, everybody says that racism has made a comeback. You've heard people saying that, right? So let me tell you what I believe about this. So if you've ever known anybody that's been sick with like a terminal illness, and they've been in hospital for a long time, right before they unalive, there's this moment where they look like they've all of a sudden gotten better. There's that last breath
right? Where all of a sudden they can do things they weren't able to do a little bit ago. It's like, oh my gosh, what is this? And that's like that last whatever before that last rally, right? The moon and the stars, before they finally unalive. That's what I believe about a lot of these things. I believe that this is the last rally before we put a lot of these things to rest. I'm not saying eliminate them, right? But I'm saying reduce them dramatically. People keep thinking about the 79 million people that voted for Donald Trump. Y'all, there were 80 million people that didn't vote for his ass and didn't vote at all. And another 74 that voted for Kamala, right? So when you add it together, there is a vast majority of this country. There is a vast majority of this country that is not signed up, that has not signed up, that does not support this type of stuff. And so that's what we have to focus on. And that's what we have to keep reminding each other so that we can stay focused and do the work. Love you too, cuz, right? And so that's where the focus comes in. Yeah.
No, agree totally. And as far as your numbers go, you're absolutely right. These people represent maybe of the entire U.S. population, voting and non-voting, maybe somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 to 30% tops.
And that's just the registered voters. That's not the population. That's just the voters. So
exactly.
Let's say that part again. If they represent only 25%, 30% max of the voters, that's not the population. That's only the people registered to vote. There are millions upon millions of people that do not support what's happening. And that's what we have to remember. And so we just have to be this place. And this is what I keep saying to people. We have to be this bridge where we create connection that creates understanding, even if we don't have complete agreement. We do not have to go agree on everything today. The only thing we have to agree on is that racism and sexism and bigotry and hurting children is not who we are. That's all we got to agree on today. This is not us. We believe that human beings matter. And we'll handle the rest once we get control of the House and Senate again.
Amen. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, I appreciate you too. You're welcome back anytime. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Take care now.
You too. All right, Cam, did you mean to request up, my dear?
I did. Yes, I did. I was trying to get my thoughts together, but I couldn't remember everything I wanted to say.
Okay.
I also have the worst allergy, so I sound awful. No, I just wanted to remind people, like, I think I requested it a while ago, and I forgot to, pop in here, but just to remind people, this is more for Reggie and for those who were in the room earlier, because I saw in the comments, and not just him, 3 branches of government, right? I saw so many people saying, oh, well, does one judge just get to decide what happens in this country and overstep the executive branch? And I'm like,
yes.
Short answer is yes. Yes, period. And I'm just like, I don't know what it is. And I think you said it earlier. If the answer was no, then we would have a king. We would have a dictatorship. So I really just feel,
yes.
I just really, I don't know everything that happens in the court system. I'm not a lawyer. I know even less than you do about this stuff. But I do know is that there's 3 branches of government. And I do know that they
are separate but equal.
They're separate, right?
But equal.
And I think what people really need, not only is it 3, what people really need to understand, especially because it's the judicial kind of stepping up in this scenario, what people need to remember and understand is that the stuff that he's doing is setting precedents. I think people, specifically MAGA, I think what they're not really understanding is the things that he's doing, you're setting an awful precedent about what can happen later. Would you want this to happen if, Dems were in control? I don't think people really understand that piece. I think they think, oh, my guy's in control, my guy's in the power, we have all this power, so therefore we can just do whatever we want. But the truth is,
it's not the way it works.
We've always had 3 equal branches, and that's nothing new. So I don't know why all of a sudden, when their guy is in and this guy is coming off their dictatorship, why all of a sudden they forgot hundreds of years of
I don't think that it's that they've forgotten, is that they need to, they just need something to solidify their position. That's all. They don't want to acknowledge the thing. That cognitive dissonance is powerful.
It's very powerful. And my thing is, I just can't believe the amount of people where you know, like if someone tells me my facts are wrong, I'm gonna shut up. That's when I'm gonna get quiet. I'm like a little turtle that's gonna go put my head back in my little shell, right? Like once I realize I don't got the facts like I thought I did, I'm gonna go back inside that shell. Yeah. And I really need more people to do that when they come up here and try to have a discussion with you. Is put your little turtle head back in the shell when you don't know the facts. It's okay. I'm giving you permission to say you don't know. Like it's okay to say, oh. Like it's all right. So
yep, 100%. And it's also right to just say, like, for me, if I don't know, I'm going to go find an answer. And the important thing is, I'm not looking for an answer that justifies my original position. I'm looking for an answer that is fact-based from credible sources that typically are rooted in law and policy. So that's important. So, but yeah, appreciate you, Cam. Appreciate you.
I'm not staying up here long. So, yeah, I just want to, again, for the people that are in the room, obviously, just listen and
yeah.
But definitely super happy for everything you do and super glad to have you here. So
thank you. Same to you. All right. So let me say this very quickly. So Mike 75, if you would like to join my panel, you have your settings so that I can't invite you up. But if you would like to join the panel and discuss your comments, we can do that. We can absolutely do that. Nance, to answer your question, some states will tell you that whatever the mother's race is what it has to be. I personally would have pushed back on that. That's what I would have been. They tried to tell me the same thing about my child because my mom was white. And I said, absolutely not. That's not the way this rolls. And they try to do it with one of my grandchildren as well. So, so they try to say those things. I believe that it's for a particular reason. It's another example of systemic issues when it comes to race. And so, so that's a thing. I'll be here tomorrow and I will be back here on Tuesday as well. So I'm usually here daily, every day. And I'm typically on at 11 a.m. Sometimes I'm on earlier. It just depends on kind of how my day is going and what's happening with my grandbabies. So I will be here tomorrow morning at probably 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I appreciate you all for tuning in, for listening in. You can do me a favor by going to your favorite podcast platform, whether that is Amazon Music, Audible, Podbean, Apple, Spotify, whatever, and listening to the podcast, which is The Danny Cook Show. There will be new episodes going up this weekend, and there's quite a few that are up there already. So listen, download, share, and all the things. Next time you come back to one of my lives on YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok, make sure that you bring someone with you. Thank you for all the likes. Thank you for the shares. Also, I am doing the podcast is The Danny Cook Show. Also on Tuesday, I am doing a workshop that is free to everyone. There are 100 spots available. At least there were like the day before yesterday when I put it up. That appreciate you. Thanks, Judo, for joining. So that workshop is going to be, I haven't, but I will, Phantom. That workshop is going to be on influencing your family and your friends. We're going to actually do, after I do some facilitating, after that, I'm going to be doing some role playing with people so that we can practice having these real types of conversations with the people in our lives, because sometimes it's great in theory, but it doesn't really work well in actual practice, right? So the more, perfect, Phantom, gotcha. The more we practice, the better we become, right? And then after that, the very next workshop that I'm going to be doing is about understanding immigration. And so we're going to be doing a lot of facilitating and talking about immigration law, understanding immigration, understanding the verbiage around immigration, some of the things that hurt us, some of the things that help us, all of those things. So if you go to my link tree and you click on, it says new workshop, you can click that link, click the 17th. Yes, Rylene, it will be. And you can just, you can RSVP and you will get a link to the Zoom for Tuesday. And that's it. And then I will see you there. So I appreciate you all very much. Love you right back. Thank you for all the support today. You guys have a great weekend. For those of you all who get to enjoy the weekend. And for those of you all who have to work like I do, take deep breaths, stay grounded. Thank you for the rainbow teacups. Literally, you guys, stay grounded. Do shit, Phantom. I will do that right now. Guys, do what you need to do to stay well, right? Whether yoga is your thing, meditation is your thing, music is your thing, dancing is your thing, being around kids, art, whatever your thing is, do your thing so that you can take deep breaths. Tomorrow is No King's Day, aka No Dictator Day. If you are going out to protest, please be safe. Remember to don't dress in bright colors, cover tattoos. I would wear like all white if possible, right? Make sure that you are not doing anything that instigates or elevates tensions. Keep those things down to a minimum. Do not carry anything. Be very, very careful, folks. Okay. I love that for you, Mel Gray. And so I appreciate you all for doing the deal. I will see you all later. Have a great day. Take care of yourselves. Peace.